Judging the National Lincoln Show today is Jacob Breister of Ramona, Oklahoma. Jacob is a full-time shepherd. He's originally from Washington State. He and his family run a commercial hair sheep operation as well as Slickshorn Dorset and Katahdin and Border Leicesters. He and his wife Rachel have 2 children, their son Corbin and daughter Rory. And judging the Suffolk show today is Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex and his family own and operate Wolf Brothers Livestock, where they raise natural colored and club lambs. He's a 5th generation shepherd. He and his wife Melissa have 3 children that are all heavily involved in their operation. Let's welcome both Alex and Jacob to your shows this morning here at the North American. Placing on the class of white yearling rams for the Lincolns, first place to entry number 1, Chris Jones, Prineville, Oregon, with Christie 640. Second place to entry 3, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois, with Raider 2434. Third to entry 4, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware, and forward to entry 2, Robert Sando, Arcanum, Ohio.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Suffolk Show over here. I think a really nice way to start the day. We have 5 really nice individuals, and we have some differences in their types and kinds. That being said, I think we have one that leads off rather handily in my estimation, one that runs uphill, one that's so attractive from the side, one that's really smooth about his shoulder and the way he lays into his rib and how he carries himself about the ring. You get over top of this one, he's the stout and wide one, really like the center body. Comes back, he's got so much muscle coming out of that back side of his skeleton. One that, again, just balances up so well from the side. I think he's good about his breed type as well. Here in 2 and 3, we have a challenging pair for me. We opted to go with the buck that really runs uphill, really attractive when you get off the side of him, really long from that 13th rib on back. So square and muscular up high on that one. You get in behind, and I love the stifle shape, the depth of twist on that one. Is he as rugged at the ground as the bucks on either side of him? Maybe not. Is he quite as good right there in his forerib and the way we blend into our blade? I don't think so, but I think he's the one between this next pair that's got more attractiveness up through the front end of his skeleton. We come to a buck here in 3 that love, again, the rib shape and just how big back this sheep is. He is so wide constructed, wide based. Love the bone work under this sheep. Really smooth about his shoulder as well for a buck that's that massive. When we analyze him to the buck coming right ahead of him, one that's just not got that added extension, gets just a little shorter through that front end comparatively, and then he gets a little shorter about his overall length of side compared to that ram. Really tall frame buck coming here in 4. Again, really big footed type of a sheep. One that's got a big top in him. You love the length of body and just how tall fronted that sheep is and the way he runs uphill. With that being said, when we get off to the side of that one, he's the deepest from his chine down to his chest. I'd like to just change him up there to go ahead and move him higher today. Rounding out the class, a long-sided type of a sheep. One that you like the breed type about this buck. Really long down through from his 13th rib on back. With that being said, he just doesn't have near the mass we're seeing at the top end of this class. We need to go ahead and just open him up through his heart girth. But I think a really good group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling Ram class for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry 6, William and Elizabeth McCauley, Macaulay Suffolks of Atglen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6499. Second place to entry 4, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris Livestock Company, HA 24052. Third to entry 3, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 5, William and Elizabeth McCauley, Macaulay Suffolks, Atglen, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to entry 2, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. Now showing fitted yearling rams for the Suffolks. Placing on the Lincoln Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 8, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 492. Second place to entry 7, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Alpha Omega 2440 Jagger. Third place to entry 6, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. And 4 to entry 5, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois.
Over here on the Suffolk side, a really nice class of Rams and a few decisions to be made. The buck we're going to go ahead and lead off with, I'm not going to tell you he's the most comfortable when we set that one into motion because that's where I want to change this one. But boy, when you get your hands on him, he is super big down his top, so round about the center portion of his skeleton. And then when you analyze him in terms of hind saddle and loin, he is by far the longest profiling in that from that 13th rib on back. One that's just so stout. You get in front of him, and I don't think he's the best headed one, but I think his ear set's acceptable. I think his breed type's acceptable. We come to the large frame buck here in 2. One that, if you want to talk breed type, like the ear set, like the head on that guy, one that is really good down his top. When you put your hands on him, he's really straight. And when you analyze him compared to the contemporary leading off with, there's just not as much of him in his heart girth right there compared to that buck. When you analyze him in terms of his hind saddle, he's a notch shorter than the ram we're leading off with. We come to the buck here in 3, and this one's the problem sheep for me. We can see it as we set him about to ring. He's just not sound enough to go ahead and lead off today. So long top, really long from that 13th rib on back. Balances up really appropriately. I think he's really good about his breed type. There's a lot of things you just want to tie into and feel really comfortable about it. But unfortunately today, I know how Louisville can be and some things can happen. We just need him to get around the ring a notch better to go ahead and feel comfortable using him. We come to another large frame ram here in 4. One that, again, is really good down his top. He handles with some length of spine, length of side. One that, when we analyze him, setting him into motion, he gets just a little more flexy off of all his pasterns for me today. We just want to stouten him up just a notch in terms of, or strengthen him up just a notch in terms of them. And I think you could go ahead and justify running them higher. Rounding out the class, taking nothing away from the more moderate buck out here. One that's really good just in terms of rib shape and top shape. We just don't have the added intangibles that we're seeing through the front end that we see on the bucks ahead of them. Really good group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Suffolk fitted yearling ram class, first place to entry 11, Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Dombeck Suffolks 4085. Second place to entry 9, Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California, with Pash 24-899. Third place to 10, EB Suffolks, Palatine Bridge, New York. Fourth to 12, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. And 5 to entry 13, Lloyd McCabe, Dixon, California.
a nice pair of ram lambs out here to sort between, and the buck we're opting to use, the one that's just more massive. You get over top of that one, extremely big down his top, really round about his rib shape. I think he's wider about his base, really muscular when you get in behind. You get out in front of that one, I think, again, some squareness underneath of the skeleton. You come to the more eye-appealing here in sheep, or here in second, one that when you analyze him about his front end assembly, he's probably a notch neater about his shoulder and angle makeup through the front end than what my class winner is. One that when you get in behind him, I just don't see quite that rib shape and center body. One that wants to roll off just a little more about his hip for me today. But boy, I think two really nice rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn C class for the Suffolk Show, first place to entry number 14, William and Elizabeth McCauley, McCauley Suffolks of Atglen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 6777. Second place to entry 15, William and Elizabeth McCauley, McCauley Suffolks, Atglen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 6768.
Over here on the Suffolk side, a nice pair of Rams, and we're opting to use the one that's just a notch longer down his spine. He's long from that 13 trib on back, one that's attractively built through the front end of his skeleton, really good down his top as well. When we analyze him in terms of just mass and thickness, he is certainly not the most robust ram out here, but I think when you set him into motion, that's where he kind of excels. We come to a buck here in second that I really gravitate towards just in terms of thickness. He is really wide about that loin. He's got some rib shape. He's wider at the ground than the buck we're going to lead off with. One that when we set him into motion, man, I just need him to get better off his rear two better for me today, and then I think we can go ahead and use him. But I think two really nice bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the white intermediate Ram Lamb class for the Lincolns, first place to 17, Tony Siebert, Haven, Kansas, with Siebert 5008. Second to 16, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 2508. Third place to 12, Tony Siebert, Haven, Kansas. Fourth place to 18, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to 14, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Sixth place to 13, Robert Sando, Arcanum, Ohio. 7 to entry 9, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And eighth place to entry number 15, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Placing on the fitted senior Ram Lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to 17, Corinne Arnebeck Hansen, Cameron, Wisconsin, with Arnebeck 2448. Second place to 16, Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Cousins Suffolks 24297.
A single entry over here in your Suffolk division, but boy, a really nice kind of ram. One with a really big top in him. Really like the thickness of that ram, the base width of him. I think he's attractive enough up to the front end. You set him into motion and certainly like him there as well. Just a really nice kind of an individual.
Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ram Lamb Class 2, our late class, for the Suffolks, first place to 18, William and Elizabeth McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 6834.
Well, congratulations to the Slick Sheared Suffolk exhibitors. A really nice set of males out here, and all five of these, I think, represent the breed and the things they do. That being said, I think we have a handy kind of a winner. I think for reserve, maybe it does get a notch closer. I'm going to go out here and select your champion reserve Rams. Congratulations.
For our Suffolk show, our Slickshorn senior champion and reserve senior champion. Senior champion was entry number 6 out of the yearling Ram class, William and Elizabeth McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 6499. The reserve senior champion to entry 18 out of the senior Ram Lamb late class, William and Elizabeth McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 6834. Placing on the Lincoln Junior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 23, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa, with Christie 680. Second place to 22, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware, with Locust Grove 1417, Grosh. Third place to 24, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 4 to 21, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 5 to 19, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. And 6 to 20, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois.
Over here for your fitted senior champion. Again, 4 really nice Rams out here, and we're not going to talk them. I think it's been a really nice show thus far. Look forward to keep getting into it. I'm going to go out here and select your champion and reserve senior Rams.
For our fitted senior champion for the Suffolks, it was 11 out of the fitted yearling Ram class, Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Dombeck Suffolks 4085. The reserve senior champion was our class winner of the fitted senior Ram Lamb class, entry 17, Corinne Arnebeck Hansen, Cameron, Wisconsin, with Arnebeck 2448. Placing on the white Lincoln pair Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 29, Tony Siebert, Haven, Kansas. Second place to 27, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Third to 30, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. 4 to 26, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. And 5 to 25, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. For our Lincolns, our next class is Best Ram Fleece.
A nice class of Ram Lambs. And that being said, I think you got some give and take all throughout here. We're using the heavy muscled Ram up here on the top end. One that is just so big about his rack, really square up high, shows me so much shape from behind. I think he balances up appropriately. You get out in front of him, I think he's built neat enough through the front end. I don't think he's the best at the bottom end of his shoulder compared to some, but I think when you put everything together, he's the one I'm comfortable leading off with. Stouter bone buck coming here in second, one with a little more up and out. I like the tall shouldered look of this buck. One that when we analyze him just in terms of muscle shape, we're just giving up too much compared to that class winner. The intriguing buck is here in 3, and if you're from the side wondering why he ends up in the 3rd hole, I can grant you that. He's a little rounder off of both ends of his skeleton. The show buck out here. But boy, there is so much center portion of his body. He is round. He is big about his top. You get up in front of him, he is so stout skulled, good about his breed type, so heavy at the ground. I mean, he's completely different than anything else out here. and I think there's a place for that. Just in terms of his breed type, his bone structure, he's going to go ahead and land in third. We come to a really eye-appealing sheep here in four that if you want to tell me next year when they come down here, he might be the one at the top end of this class, I wouldn't argue a whole lot. He is so good from the side, the way he runs uphill. He's really attractive about the front end of his skeleton. When I analyze him today, he's the narrower one as well, one that maybe isn't quite as good about his breed type, especially when we analyze him about his legs, so that lands him here in a 4-hole. We come to the buck here in 5. Again, one that's really basic in terms of his overall build. He's got some shape up high. He's got some center body. Just not as attractive through the front end of his skeleton to go any higher today. When we get in and view him from behind, I'd like to change him in his upper hip and this stifle muscle as well to go ahead and challenge at the top of this class. Congratulations.
For the Lincoln Show, our grand champion ram went to entry number 8 out of the white senior ram lamb class, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 492. The reserve grand champion was our class winner from the yearling ram class, entry number 1, Chris Jones, Prineville, Oregon, with Christie 640. On the slick-sheared Suffolks, our January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 29, A.J. Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with HA 25025. Second place to 26, William and Elizabeth McCauley, McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 6969. Third to entry 36, William and Elizabeth McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Fourth to entry 34, William and Elizabeth McCauley, McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to 28, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. And 6 to 25, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. Our best fleeced animal came from the intermediate ram lamb class for the Lincolns. Entry number 17, Tony Siebert of Haven, Kansas, with Siebert 5008.
a really nice class of ram lambs out here. And that being said, we're starting with the most complete ram in my estimation. One that, when you get off the side, he's really attractive, really well balanced type of a sheep. I think he's good enough about his breed type. You get over top of him, an extremely big top in this sheep. Again, really big in the center portion of his body. I think he's adequate in terms of length of hind saddle. You set him into motion, and I think he's fluid enough as well. We come to the sheep here in second, and when they get this one stuck, boy, he's really nice. One that wants to run uphill. He's got some length of body, length of side. Again, like the breed type on him. When we set him into motion, I don't think he's quite as attractive as our class winner, but I think it's a close pair. The ram here in three is the outlier. He is tall-shouldered, tall-fronted, really extended type of a sheep. Love the length of body on that one. I think he's good about his breed type as well. Certainly not quite as fluid on the move as what we're seeing in two ahead. The biggest thing with me is when we get over top of this one, I just need more sheep there. For as large as he is, I just need to open him up from front to rear. I think he's got a bright future ahead. This is the way I see him today. We come to a sheep, again, really elegant about the front end of its build. One that's good about its breed type here in four. There's a lot of things you appreciate. He is pretty long in terms of his hind saddle. He percentages out really well. Today, for me, he's the most upright on both ends of his skeleton to go ahead and move any higher today. Coming to the next ram out here, again, really eye-appealing type of a sheep, one you like for length of side, length of body. With that being said, we got to make him sounder about his front toes today to go any higher. Rounding out the class, a really nice kind of a basic build ram. He's got some meat and muscle, some center body. We need to make him sounder about his mouth to go higher today, but a good group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the Suffolk fitted January Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 38, Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with K Slack 2563. Second place to 42, Corinne Arnebeck Hansen, Cameron, Wisconsin, with Arnebeck 2505. Third to entry 41, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota, with Dombeck family 4191. Fourth to 40, Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Tom Burke 2566. Fifth place to 39, Olivia Peterson, Wilmar, Minnesota, and sixth place to 37, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota.
a really nice class out here. And that being said, when I accepted this job, I knew I was going to be seeing some of these sheep again, and I think the only fair thing is to come out here and sort them like I haven't seen them today, and so that's kind of what's going through my mind. So we're going to have some flips here and there. It's a different day and different showmen, different set of sheep around here, and then some of these sheep being on the concrete. So that being said, I think as we come out here, this top pair, they're completely different in their overall makeup. The young man's we're leading off with, one that really runs uphill, really good about his muscle shape, really comes back to a big upper hip and so much stifle behind. Is he a little more moderate than the rest of them we've seen out here? Maybe so. But I think just in terms of balance and proportions from the side and that squareness of muscle up high, he's the one that gets a draw today. We come to the buck here in second. This is one that I keep wanting to gravitate up to. I think he is so round in terms of his center body, really big about his back. Today for me, as we get out here, he just wants to keep getting straighter about his hocks out here today. And the longer we work him out here and work him up, he just keeps wanting to kind of lock up. I think if we could change that set and just relax him a little bit, I think maybe you could make him more of an argument. We come to the sheep here in three, and this one was a difficult decision where to put him. He's a complete outlier in this class. Love the extension, like the breed type of that buck a great deal. He is tall-shouldered, long-bodied, really looks good off the side. With that being said, when we compare him just in terms of shape and sheer overall thickness and base width, he's the buck that comes in the narrowest, and that lands him in the 3-hole. We come to a sheep here in 4. Again, really extended type of a sheep. One giving up some pounds and some overall product. When we get in view him from behind, we just need more shape, more lower stifle to go ahead and try to run him up. And the buck coming next here, really long-sided. You appreciate some things about him. We need to change him about his feet today to go ahead and move him any higher. Good group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn February Ram Lambs for the Suffolk Show, first place to 43, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris 25104. Second place to entry 46, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2570. Third to entry 49, William and Elizabeth McCauley, Suffolk, at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 44, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. 5 to 45, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. Placing on the Lincoln White Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 43, Chris Jones, Prineville, Oregon, with Christie, 622. Second place to 53, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker, 457. Third place to 45, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 49, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Fifth to 46, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Sixth place to entry 42, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Seventh place to entry number 48, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Eighth place to 52, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 9 to 54, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. 10 to 51, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. 11 to 50, Robert Sando, Arcanum, Ohio. 12 to 44, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. 13 to 41, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. And 14 to 47, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
Over here on the Suffolk side of things, I think a nice class of fitted ram lambs. And that being said, the one that we're leading off with, really long-sided type of a sheep, really long from that 13th rib on back. Like the extra length of hip in that one as well. I think he balances up well from the side. He's proportionate. You put your hands on him, and he shows me adequate thickness for this growth curve right now. One that I think, again, has some center body. I like him in terms of his bone work. I think he's good enough about his breed type. Just kind of a handy winner. You come to the sheep here in second, and again, tall-shouldered, long-sided type of a ram. One that, again, I think he's got adequate thickness. I really like the breed type on this guy. When we get in front of him, I need to change him in his knees. He wants to get just too tight there. He's a little tighter in terms of his chest compared to that class winner as well, but I think just a really nice kind of a ram. We come to a buck here in third, certainly a rugged, stout type of a sheep, one with some roundness about his body. He's got some thickness up high. With that being said, not quite as attractive at the bottom part of our shoulder, maybe not quite as true coming out of the back side of that shoulder as well. Long-sided sheep coming here in four. Again, one you really like the breed type. He's got a really pretty head on him, really good ear set on that buck. One that's got some stoutness in terms of bone. Today, he's just getting weaker topped. He doesn't have quite as much to him as what we're seeing at the top end of this class, but a really good group. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of February fitted ram lambs for the Suffolk Show, first place to 55, Tom Burke, Suffolk and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with K Slack, 2565. Second place to 56, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota, with Dombeck family, 4264. Third place to 54, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. And 4 to 50, Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California.
A really nice class of ram lambs out here, and only two of them. That being said, I think both of them offer a lot of quality. We're starting with one that's just more attractive off the side. Really neat the way he runs uphill. He's got some extension. He's really neat at the bottom side of his shoulder and the way he lays in there. He comes back and he's got more muscle expression and shape when I view him from behind. Really well balanced type of a sheep. We have a larger framed, heavier conditioned type of buck here in two. Some things you really like about him, just in terms of his mass, power, and shape up high and center body. When we analyze him in terms of his front end construction, one it's just not quite as neat. He's got a little more breastplate, a little bolder about that shoulder compared to the class winner, but I think two really nice bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn March and later born Ram Lambs for the Suffolk Show, first place to 58. William and Elizabeth Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania with Macaulay 7163. Second place to 57, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina with Lazy 5 4363. Placing on the white pair of yearling ewes for the Lincoln Show. First to 58, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Second, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. And third to Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Placing on the white senior ewe lamb class for the Lincoln Show, first place to entry number 62, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 488. Second place to 59, also Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 493. Third place to 61, Robert Sando, Arcanum, Ohio, and 4 to 60, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois.
Over here on the Suffolks, I think we have a nice one to lead off with. Really complete type of a sheep. One that runs uphill. He's really proportionate about his body, balances up well from the side. Like the style of that one. I think he's plenty immature. I think he's going to go on and have a great show career. We come to the sheep here in two, and one that is really good down his top. He's got the advantage just in terms of straightness at top. He's got some length of hind saddle as well. Maybe he's not quite as long overall in flank to flank compared to the bucks on either side, but I think just when you put your hands on him in terms of his loin and hip dimension, my biggest struggle with this one is I'd like to just change him ever so slightly about his pasterns. He's certainly not down on them, but he does have a little more give than the bucks on either side. And then we come to a buck here in three, and again, one that's really good at the ground in terms of his leg structure. I think he's really good about his breed type. I think, again, he's really long from that 13th on back in overall size. Today, when we put our hands on him, he's just not quite as true down his top as what we're seeing that class winner when he just gets to stand there. He just wants to kind of let everything drop. I need to keep him gathered up. Yeah, but a really nice trio of rams. Congratulations.
Placings for the fitted March and later Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 62, Ryder Gentinen, Bryant, South Dakota, with George Brothers 4141. Second to 61, Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California, with Pash 25921. Third place to 60, also Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California. Placing on the Slickshorn pair Ram Lambs for the Suffolk Show. First to William and Elizabeth McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. placing on the fitted pair of Ram Lambs for the Suffolk Show. First place to 68, Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second to Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Third to Corinne Arnavak Hansen, Cameron, Wisconsin. And 4 to 67, Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California.
Over here on the slick sheared side, I think we have 6 really nice individuals out here for your junior champion, and all of them have some meat muscularity, and they're good about their skeleton. I'm not going to take a long time out here. I think a really good set. Look forward to getting into the females as we get through these divisions.
For the Slickshorn Suffolks, our Slickshorn Junior Champion Ram Went to entry number 29 out of the January Ram Lamb class, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with AJ 25025. The reserve junior champion to entry 58 from the March and later born Slickshorn Ram Lamb class, William and Elizabeth Macaulay Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 7163. Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class for the White Lincoln Show, first place to 66, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Alpha Omega 2526. Second place to entry number 65, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana, with C&B 2404. Third place to 68, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to 69, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. 5 to 63, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Sixth place to 71, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. 7 to 67, Barry Hooker. Eighth place to 70, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. And ninth place to 64, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware.
Well, again, a really nice set of junior Ram Lambs throughout the fitted show, and we get out here and really pleased with the quality. Again, I'm going to go out here and find you a junior champion in reserve Rams. Congratulations, exhibitors.
For the fitted Suffolk Show, our junior champion came from the fitted February Ram Lamb class, entry 55, Tom Burke Suffolk and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with K Slack 2565. The reserve champion was entry number 38 from the fitted January Ram Lamb class, Tom Burke Suffolk and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with K Slack 2563.
Well, as we get out here for your champion slick-sheared ram, again, four really nice individuals, and it's been really pleasing and a lot of fun sorting between the classes. That being said, as we come out here, I think there's one that just kind of walks away with this deal for me in terms of what I'm looking for. I do think it gets closer for reserve out here. We've got a ram that's really bold about his structure and just so big about his top and his bone work. And then we come to a buck that's just got so much squareness of muscle and such an attractive look off the side. So it does get a notch closer. I'm going to go out here and show you the way I like them. Let's put our hands together for the exhibitors as we do so.
Our Slickshorn Grand Champion Ram went to entry number 6, our Senior Champion Ram, and our class winner of the Yearling Ram class, William and Elizabeth McCauley, McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 64.99. Our Reserve Grand Champion Ram was our Junior Champion Ram. Out of the January Ram Lamb class, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with HA 25025. Our next class is for the Grand Champion Fitted and Reserve Grand Champion Fitted Ram. Then we will select a Best Headed Ram for the Suffolk Show.
And again, as we get out here for your overall fitted champion, again, four really nice representatives, and I'm happy with the breed type and just the overall mass and power that we're bringing out here. And I think these sheep can still move well enough for the frame score that they're at. So that being said, it's been a lot of fun. Look forward to getting to the females. I'll go out here and get you a champion reserve.
Our Grand Champion Fitted Suffolk Ram goes to entry number 11, our Senior Champion. Out of the Fitted Yearling Ram class, Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Dombeck Suffolks 4085. The Reserve Grand Champion Ram was our Junior Champion, entry 55. Out of the Fitted February Ram Lamb class, Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Case Slack 2565. Again, now ready to pick the overall champion, best headed Suffolk Ram. Placing on the Junior U Lamb class for the White Lincoln Show, first place to 81, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota, with Freeze 2538. Second place to 74, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 500. 3 to 79, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Fourth place to 80, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. 5 to 76, Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. Sixth place to 78, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 7 to 75, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Eighth place to 73, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. 9 to entry number 77, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Best headed Suffolk Ram goes to Stephen Pash with Pash 24909. Stevens from Grass Valley, California. Placing on the white pair of ewe lambs for the Lincoln Show, first to 85, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. Second place, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Third to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. 4 to Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. For our White Lincoln show, our grand champion U went to entry number 81. Out of the junior U Lamb class, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota, with Freeze 2538. The reserve grand champion U to entry 43 from the White Yearling U class, Chris Jones, Prineville, Oregon, with Christie 622. Now showing best white U fleece. That'll be followed by Young Flock, then Flock.
A really nice class of slick sheared yearling ewes out here, and I think you soar to a top pair rather quickly in my estimation. The one that leads off with, boy, she is just striking off the side. One that's so extended, one that is so good down her top, and then you get behind her, and she's also the power ewe of the class. So good about her rib shape, great about her balance, really good on the move. I like that one a great deal. We come to the sheep here in second. Tall-shouldered, really extended type of a female. Again, one with just so much mass and center body. Still has some shape from behind, built like a lady up through the front. With that being said, we're carrying a little more condition than what we see in that class winner, and I think that's kind of the separation. Doesn't balance quite as coordinated or balance up quite as nicely as what we're seeing in that class winner. We got a sheep here in three that maybe is the outlier of this top lineup here. She doesn't have maybe the front end extension. Some of these do, but boy, I tell you what, you get over the top of her, and she is round-bodied, really big about her top, really big and square when you get in and view her from behind. Again, when we analyze her compared to those two, she's just not as stretched out up through the front end of her skeleton that we're seeing, not quite as long in terms of her hind saddle and side. We come to a ewe here in four that did not want to cooperate at all out here. Super big about her back, really round about her rib. Still shows me muscularity when we analyze her about her front. She's just a notch coarser about her build right there in her breastplate and her neck attachment compared to the ewes coming ahead of her. Rounding out the class, one that is really pretty on the profile, and she's the one I had to make a decision with. Love the top shape, love the hip and hind leg of that female. I think her center body's really good. Love the balance off the side. Today for me, she's just not as typey as what I need to see towards the top end, but a great group of sheep. Congratulations.
Best white fleece ewe for the Lincoln Show goes to entry number 81, our grand champion ewe, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota, with Freeze 2538. For our Suffolk show, the Slick Sheared Yearling U Early Class, first place goes to entry at 110. William and Elizabeth McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 6403. Second place to 102. William and Elizabeth McCauley, McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 6533. Third place to entry 107, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Fourth to Jeffrey Rapaski, Lonsdale, Minnesota. 5 to 105, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. 6 to 109, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. 7 to 100, Clayton Heisey, Annville, Pennsylvania. Eighth place to 108, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. 9 to 111, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the young flock for the White Lincoln Show, first place to 96, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Second place to Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. And third to Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware.
a nice class to use over here. And that being said, I think when you get down to this top pair, they're a little different in their type and kind. The ewe we're starting with, though, is just so massive. You get over top of her, and she is so round-bodied, so big about her top shape, yet comes back like her in her upper hip. She's got some muscle from behind, just so big in terms of center body. You get out in front of her. I'm not going to tell you she's the best built one through the front end of her skeleton, because she's not. I would like to change that. I'd like to maybe change her just in terms of her balance from the side to make me go ahead and really ride into her. But I think when you put everything together, she's the one that's going to lead it off for me. The ewe coming here in second. It's the one I like better at the base of her shoulder. I think she's better in her chest than what my class winner is. I think she's big enough about her back. She's got some shape from behind as well. But when you get behind both of these, you could fit this one inside of that one. I think that's the decision factor for me. We come to the sheep here in 3. Again, really photogenic off the side. She's got a really big upper hip, and I really appreciate her for that. When you analyze her compared to the 2 standing directly ahead, she's just giving up too much in terms of pounds. Maybe not quite as cool through the front end of her skeleton as what we're seeing in the one directly ahead. Long-sided sheep coming here in 4, one you really appreciate for that length of loin. You like the extension up through the front end as well. But again, when we get in view from behind, we just don't have as much shape as what we're seeing at the top end as we analyze her at the bottom side of her chest. She's just a notch rounder and plainer about that build. We come to the ewe here, rounding out the class. Again, big body type of a sheep. You like the center in that one. One that just wants to run downhill for me today. You get in behind her, and we just need a notch more in terms of shape to go in ahead and any higher today. I think a really good group. Congratulations.
Placing on the flock class for the Lincolns, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the White Lincoln Show is Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Second to Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. And third in the flock class, Deborah Vanderwind. That does conclude the White Lincoln Show. We're now ready to move on to the Natural Colored Show. Not a problem. Don't blame him. I'd like to do the same. Placing on the pair of yearling ewe class for the Slick Shorn division of the Suffolks. First place to William and Elizabeth McCauley, Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. Placing on class number 2, our late class of yearling ewes for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry 99, 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, with 5-star J 2412. Second place to entry 92, William and Elizabeth McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania, McCauley, Suffolks, with McCauley 6682. Third place to entry 89, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. Fourth place to 94, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. Fifth place to 93, Brody Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. and 6 to entry 59, Clayton Heisey, Annville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the natural colored yearling ram class for the Lincoln Show. First to entry 107, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri, with Reed 24-25. Second place to entry 106, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware, with Lean 2356. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 108, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa, with Lean 2447, Moonlight.
Well, this was a really fun and challenging class out here, and we're keeping six in this lineup. And I'll be honest, I think all of these and even some we sent back, boy, it was just a great group of sheep. And that being said, as we got out here, there's one that for me, I think she just kind of walks away from the deal. This one's good. You get your hands on her. She is extremely straight down her top, so big about her back, really round bodied, and then you set them into motion. And boy, for as big as she is and as massive, she can get around the ring. She can go. She looks like a Suffolk. I like that female a lot. We come to the sheep here in second. One that follows her in type and kind. She's tall fronted, good looking, really well balanced type of a female. Maybe a notch more bone than our class winner. I think the difference for me is when we get over top of her, just not as much sheep there in terms of overall width and mass that we're seeing in that class winner. The sheep here in three, again, really well balanced, stylish type of a female. One, I like her about her feet and legs. I like her about her breed type. When we start analyzing her, she shortens up compared to the two ewes that are leading off. We just need to stretch her out. The sheep here in four is large framed, and besides that, she is a monster. She is so round bodied, so big backed, and you can't even span her loin. She is the longest hind saddle, longest loin sheep out here, and it's by quite a shot. Now, with that being said, notch coarser about the lower front end of her skeleton, and when you step in behind her, I'd like to change her about her hocks, and if we could just make her more secure there, boy, I think that is one beast that would be challenging at the top end. Another large frame ewe here in five that really runs uphill. You like the top third of this one a great deal. The top side of her skeleton is really massive, really big, really good down her top. What you see is what you get. There's not much wool on that female at all. It's from the side over here where I have my issues. She's the deeper one from her chine down to her chest. And as you analyze her coming back, we just need to soften her up in that flank to go ahead and make her balance a notch better. And then I think she can run up a little higher. Rounding out my class, beautiful breed type on this female. One, it's really good down her top. Again, really no holes in this female. We just have to start making some decisions out here. I don't think she's quite as neat at the bottom side of her shoulder. I don't think she's got quite the presentation up through the front end of her skeleton that we're seeing in the ones at the top end of this class. But that being said, man, I like the center body in that sheep. Great group of sheep all the way down through. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Placing on the Suffolk fitted early yearling ewe class, first place to entry 140, Richard Jacobson, La Grande, California, with Jacobson 24-17. Second to 28, five-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, with five-star J 24-22. Third to 129, Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 137, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 5 to 141, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Sixth place to 136, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Seventh place to 120, Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California. 8 to 130, Barry Bruce, Linden, Indiana. 9 to 135, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. 10 to 138, Olivia Peterson, Wilmar, Minnesota. And 11th place to 132, Lloyd McCabe, Dixon, California. Placing on the natural colored intermediate Ram Lamb class for the Lincolns, first place to entry 112, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 2503. Second to 113, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri, with Reed 2514. Third to 115, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to 114, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 5 to 110, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Sixth place to 111, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. And 7 to 116, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa.
a really nice class again of fitted Suffolk yearling ewes, and we come out here, and I think we have one of the more fresh ewes going to lead off the class for me. One that just isn't carrying an extra cover, but you get over top of her again, really good down her top. She handles with some thickness. She's round enough about her cage. I think where she excels is just in terms of you set them into motion. She's free and easy, and then you analyze her through the front end. Boy, she is the attractive, stylish one out here, and I think that goes a long way. I think just a really nice ewe to lead off with. The ewe coming in second again follows her in type and kind. Further along in her maturity, she's carrying a notch more cover than I prefer to see, and it just adds on to the front end of her skeleton, takes away from the attractiveness. But boy, beyond that, she is super good down her top, really long from that 13th rib on back, and just so massive. I think the nod with the style out of the front end and the bone work is the one that we're going to lead off with. We come to the sheep here in 3, and again, you get off the side, and I find this one really attractive. One that's so good in her underline. I like her chest. I like how soft she is in her rear flank. Just so much center part of her body. One that moves around when we set her into motion. I just want to see more flex out of her knee. I don't know if she just wanted to act up out here today, but she just doesn't want to step off those front two for me. We tried just holding her up and letting her go, and I just need her to flex. That one is really good on top side of her skeleton, really like the center portion. It's when we set her into motion, it draws her down in the third in a close placing out here. We've got a ewe coming out in 4. Tall shouldered type of a sheep. One, again, really round about her rib shape. One that's really good on the top side of her skeleton coming back to her hip. Again, when we get off the side, she's just not as balanced, not quite as neat about the front end of her chest. She's packed more onto her brisket. I just want to change her there in terms of the balance and that underline lays to go ahead and move her higher today. Long hind saddled ewe comes here in 5, extremely long in her loin and coming back into that hip. One that's got a long gait around the ring as well. I think she's got enough to her. She's attractive about her breed type. As we set her into motion, she wants to kind of high step off that rear left foot for me around the ring, and that's what gets her drawn down here. But I think a really nice set of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 124, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri, with Reed 25-24. Second to 123, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 25-49. Third place to 118, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 4 to 120, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. 5 to 121, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Sixth place to 117, Jessica Fama, Brookville, Ohio. And seventh place to 122, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Placing on the natural colored pair of ewe lambs for the Lincolns, first to Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Third, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. And 4 to Charlene, Arlington, Iowa. Placing on the late class of fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolks. First place to 127, 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, with 5-star J 2431 Sweet Cheeks. Second place to entry 131, Richard Jacobson, La Grande, California, with Jacobson 2427. Third to 124, Tom Burke and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 4 to 139, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Fifth to 117, Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California. Sixth place to 125, Tom Burke, Suffolk, and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 7 to 119, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 8 to 122, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. 9 to 123, Lloyd McCabe, Dixon, California. And 10th place to entry 118, Andre Wrench, Kanajahari, New York. Our grand champion, natural colored Lincoln Ram, went to entry number 124, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri, with Reed 25-24, the class winner out of the junior Ram Lamb class. And our reserve grand champion went to entry number 112 out of the intermediate Ram Lamb class, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 25-03. Placing on the fitted pair of yearling ewes for the Suffolks, first place to 149, Richard Jacobson, La Grande, California. Second to 5-Star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana. Third to Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 4 to 148, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Sixth place to Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California, and 7 to Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. Placing on the best fleece for the Ram division of our natural colored Lincolns, that went to Deborah Vanderwind with Locust Grove 1427 out of the late junior Ram Lamb class.
A really nice set of slick sheared ewe lambs over on this side, and the one we're leading off with, I think, is just again the most complete sheep in my estimation. One that's built really good from the ground on up. She is really attractive through the front end of her skeleton. I like the bottom end of her shoulder a notch better than most of them out here. The way she's constructed up through that front end, and then you get your hands on her. She's big about her top. Comes back. She's got plenty of shape to show me from behind. I think just in terms of balance and overall build, that's the one that I'm the most comfortable with. We come to the sheep here in second. Again, really attractive out of the front end of her skeleton. One with a big top and big rib in this sheep. Again, I think she's good at the ground in terms of soundness. When I get behind her, I don't see quite the attractiveness in terms of her lower shoulder and the muscularity compared to that class winner, but I think it's a close pair. I think both those ewes are awful good. Ewe that's a little harder for me to read here in three. I like the maternal aspects of this female. Really round about her body, big about her top. She's got some muscle from behind, one that's just so opened up. With that, we're just losing out a little in terms of attractiveness through the front end of our skeleton out here for me, and it makes it just a notch more difficult. She's certainly the pounds heavy type of a sheep you want to gravitate towards. I just need a little more style on this one. The stylish ewe comes here in four, and again, if you get off to the side and want to argue this one needs to go up, I wouldn't argue with you a whole lot. Love the underline, love the chest. You get above that one, and again, she's square enough about her back. She comes back to a big enough pin and hip. One that's got some balance. Today, for me, we need to fix her on her front 2 feet, and then I think you could make the argument to run her to the top. We come to the ewe here in five. Big muscle type of ewe. One that's really square about her rack. One that's really big about her hip. So much shape from behind. With that being said, we're a little coarser about the front end of our body today. And then we're just wanting to drop our front end and not just really reach up. But boy, I think a really good group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class in the early division for our Suffolk show. First place to 151, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Ahart 513. Second place to 156, Brody Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Macaulay 6753. Third place to 154, William and Elizabeth Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 153, William and Elizabeth Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolk. Fifth to entry 150, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Sixth place to 152, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. 7 to 155, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. And 8 to 157, also Vivian Stephenson.
I think a nice trio of views out here in your fall ewe lamb. That one being said, I think we start with the big body type of a female towards the top, really big across her back, really round in her center body. She comes back to a wide enough hip. You get off the side, and I think she's got enough look, or just as much look as anything else out here. She balances up well. I think she's just a nice place for me to start. We come to a really attractive ewe here in two, and again, maybe one that's not as far along in her maturity pattern as what we're seeing in the class winner, but one I think is good off both ends of her skeleton. I think she's got enough thickness. I think the difference for me is when we get over these and view them, she just doesn't have that extra turn to that rib, the extra roll that we're seeing there in the class winner, but I think another really youthful appearing stylish ewe lamb. The largest framed ewes comes here in 3. Like the extension of that one a great deal up through the front end. I think she's big enough about her back, and she's got some rib shape as well. When we put our hands on her, she's just not quite as true coming out of the backside of her shoulder, gets a little higher up there in her hip compared to the two ewes going to go directly ahead of her. But a great group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted class of senior ewe lambs for the Suffolk Show. First place to entry 160, Jacob Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with DBMS D2435. Second place to 159, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California, with Arnavec 2449. And third to 158, Corinne Arnebeck Hansen, Cameron, Wisconsin.
Another trio ewes out here, and that being said, we're going to use the one that I think just paints the picture better from the side. One that's really extended. She runs uphill. One that's really good about her back shape as well. She's got enough muscularity, yet she's still really feminine up through the front end. I think just a really nice one to kind of lead off. We come to the ewe here in second. She's certainly the pounds heavy type of a female, one that's really big about her back, so much shape from behind. I don't think she has quite the balance we're seeing in that class winner, and I think that's the separation here. We come to the ewe here in 3, and again, really stylish up through the front end. One that you appreciate just in terms of the center body and squareness as well. When we get over this one, she's not quite as round as you going directly ahead. she's not quite as good there in her hip loin as what we're starting the class with, so that gets her drawn down in the third. But that being said, she's still really well balanced type of a sheep with some muscularity and a good enough breed type. 3 nice ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class of senior ewe lambs in the Slickshorn division of our Suffolk show, first place to 162, William and Elizabeth McCauley. McCauley Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 68.29. Second place to 164, William and Elizabeth McCauley. McCauley Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 68.25. Third place to 161, Michael O'Neill, unincorporated Indiana. Lincoln exhibitors, there will be an exhibitor meeting today at 3 p.m. in South Wing B 107 and 108. Again, a Lincoln exhibitor meeting today at 3 p.m. in South Wing B 107 and 108. beautiful handling fleece on this ewe with a nice top on.
Over here for your senior champion, Slick Sheared Ewe. Again, just a really good set of females, and all the way through the show, there's some that didn't make it back here that are back at the pens that really high quality all the way through, so I'm really impressed. It's been a lot of fun. That being said, I think there's a pair of them that it comes down to and kind of sort themselves apart for me. I'll go out here and show you the way I like them today. Congratulations, all the exhibitors.
For our Slickshorn Senior Champion ewe for our Suffolk show, it went to the first place early yearling ewe, entry 110. William and Elizabeth McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania with McCauley 6403. The reserve senior champion to entry 99. The first place in the late class of yearling ewes, 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana with 5-star J 2412. Placing on the yearling U class for the natural colored Lincolns, first place to 135, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri, with Reed 2414. Second place to 144, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio, with Freeze 2419. Third place to 145, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 4 to 148, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. 5 to entry number 137, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 6th place to 147, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. 7th place to 143, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. 8 to 146, Jessica Fama, Brookville, Ohio. 9th place to 139, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. 10th place to entry number 149, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. 11th place to 141, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. 12th place to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois, entry 136. 13 to 142, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. 14 to 140, Kaylee Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. And 15 to entry 138, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored pair of yearling ewes, first place to Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. And third, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota.
Well, folks, really fun show as we get out here, and it's been a great fitted show, and working through those classes has been as much fun as I've had out here. That being said, I think we get out to two U's that it comes down to, and boy, you can make an argument either way you want to go. Very few times do you come out here and feel like you just can't be wrong, and I think this is one of those times. I'm not saying either one of these are perfect, because they're not, but I think there's so many positives in both of them. We're going to talk it through here on the microphone as we figure it out. We've got a you that come out of that first class that I thought just walked out of that class so easy. Love her about a breed type and just so much mass, so easy moving around a ring. You get over top of that female, and she is overwhelming in terms of shape and just product. So big about her top. She handles with so much length as well. Is she perfect on the bottom side? No, she's not. She carries a little more breastplate, but with that, I mean, boy, we're just being really critical on an awful good ewe. We come to a ewe here in second. One that is so up and out, so attractive off the side. I mean, if you just stand back here and shoot them, and that's the one that you're just like, okay, I'm all in. You get up on her, and again, I think she's got enough. She's got enough top shape. She's got enough rib. Does she have as much as the one comes out of that first class? Maybe not. As we analyze them front to rear, that's the stouter bodied ewe, the wider built ewe. Is this ewe just perfect off of her hocks? Maybe not. I prefer the set to that class winner. But boy, again, I think we're being critical because you could break these sheep down all day. The positives that they have are so good. Again, I've got good choices, and I guess at the end of the day, that's all it comes down to. So as we talk these through, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to make a decision, and we're going to select your champion reserve, senior champion fitted ewes.
For our Suffolk show, our senior champion in the fitted run for the ewes is 140 from the early class of yearling ewes, Richard Jacobson, La Grande, California, with Jacobson 2417. The reserve senior champion in the fitted division of the Suffolk show is 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, 5-star J 2431, Sweet Cheeks. And that was the yearling ewe from class number 2, our late class of yearling ewes. For our natural colored senior ewe lamb class, for the Lincolns, first place to 156, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Raider 2530. Second to 157, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania, with Hooker 490, Scootaloo. Third to 154, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. And 4 to 155, Shell Lean of Arlington, Iowa.
I think a class that comes together rather logically for me. I think we have a really complete ewe up here to start with. One that runs uphill, one that balances so well off the side. She's got some extension through the front end. She's got some style. Really well built sheep that comes back. She's got enough muscle and power in that hip. Some that shows me some shape, and then I like to turn to her center body. We come to a sheep here in second, and in terms of shallowness, boy, that's the one that kind of gravitate towards. One that's really good in terms of her underline and the way she progresses and gets softer as we work back. That being said, really square about her rack, really square up high. You like her about her hip, and you like her about the shape. As we analyze her just in terms of fundamentals compared to the class winner, one that's just not quite as good right there at the base of her chest in terms of width is what we're seeing. I think we come to a sheep here in 3 that, again, just in terms of basic build, this one is a nice kind of a sheep. She's leveled down her top. She's got some extension. One that's maybe a notch coarser about her breastplate and lower shoulder compared to the 2 ewes we see directly ahead. Come to the ewe here in 4, tall-shouldered, good-looking type of a sheep. One, again, balances well enough. Again, just a notch coarser about her neck or a notch coarser about her shoulder. Don't like her neck attachment quite as well as what we're seeing in the ones directly ahead. Maybe I'd like to make her sounder about her mouth. We come to the ewe here in 5th, big top type of a sheep, really square up high. Like her in terms of her hip and like her in terms of her stifle. Today for me, she's got a little more breastplate. She's not quite as soft as what we'd like to see in terms of her underline, but a nice group of sheep. Congratulations.
Results of the January ewe lamb class, Slick Shorn for the Suffolk Show. First place to 173, William and Elizabeth McCauley, Macaulay Suffolks, at Glen, Pennsylvania with Macaulay 6946. Second place to entry 176, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois with Harris 25029. Third place to 170, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina, 4 to 171, William and Elizabeth Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, 5 to 177, Dale Wygard, Evansville, Illinois, 6 to 178, Dale Wygard, and 7 to entry number 179, Lone Brook Farm, Sullivan, Ohio. Again, Lincoln exhibitors, we want to remind you there will be an exhibitor meeting today at 3 o'clock. You'll meet in South Wing B, rooms 107 and 108.
Over here on your fitted Suffolk side, I think a really nice class down through here. We're leading off with just a massive body type of a female, one that is so wide in terms of her overall base and mass, just big down her top, really round about the curvature to her rib. I think one that's still extended well enough. If we're going to go ahead and make this you ideal, boy, I'd like to just change her off those back two, and I felt a lot more comfortable about it. But I think this is the way she's going to go ahead and lead off with today, just out of sheer mass and power. We come to a U here. It's a little more immature here in second. One that is extremely extended up through the front end of her body. One that paints such a nice picture off the side. You get over that one, and boy, she is a really long loin to you. You get off the side, she reads just a notch shorter for me, so I really appreciate the percentage as we analyze her compared to the contemporary. She's just not as opened up, and then when you put your hands on her, she's not quite as true at her top. Her highest point is right there at her hip. If we could change that and make her run the right direction, I think you could make an argument here. We come to the sheep here in 3, and this is probably the one coming next year that's got the most future, and I wouldn't hold that against you if you wanted to use her. I think she is tall-shouldered, good-looking. I think she's good about her breed type as well, really straight down her top. As we get behind her and analyze her, I just don't read her having quite the extra rib that we're going to see in the two females going ahead of her. I don't think she's going to be as naturally wide, but boy, she paints a picture off the side. We come to the U here in 4, again, really well-balanced type of a sheep, one that certainly doesn't want to be out here and present herself, but when she does get stuck, I like her in terms of her underline. I like the style up through the front end as we analyze her compared to the ones that are going ahead. Just not the added intangibles out here in the show ring that we're looking for, but boy, I think that's a nice U. We come to another U here in 5th, really long-sided, really pretty head on this sheep. I like the breed type a great deal. One that wants to run downhill ever so slightly. She wants to roll off at her hip, just not quite as good on the top side of her skeleton as what we're seeing up ahead. A good group of sheep. Congratulations.
First placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class for the Suffolks. First place goes to 188 Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota, with Cousins Suffolks, 25103. Second place to 186 Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Dombeck Suffolks, 4204. Third to 187, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 4 to 189, Corinne Arnebeck Hansen, Cameron, Wisconsin. 5 to entry 184, Olivia Peterson, Wilmar, Minnesota. Placing on the natural colored intermediate ewe lambs for our Lincoln show. First place to 161, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 2514. Second place to 164, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri, with Reed 2508. Third to entry 159, Jessica Fama, Brookville, Ohio. Fourth place to 162, Kaylee Holloran, Waterloo, Illinois. 5 to 166, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Sixth place to 163, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Seventh place to 160, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Eighth place to 167, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. 9 to 165, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 10th place to 158, Jessica Fama, Brookville, Ohio.
Again, a really nice class of slick sheared sheep, and we've seen some of these before. And again, we're going to sort them as they are today out here. And that being said, the young man brings us one that when you get out here, she just shows me more growth. She's bigger about her rib and back, and yet her underline looks even better today. She's shallower about her chest. one that just paints such a picture. When you get off the side and get down to these three, she's the one I got to go ahead and use today. I think that's an awful nice one just in terms of center body. Really heavy muscled sheep coming here in two, really square about her top. Love the shape from behind. Love how shallow she is as well. Again, as we get her out here, she's just wanting to look a little more moderate, a little more quick in terms of development compared to the one that we're going to on the other side of her, actually. But boy, one that I really like in terms of squareness up high. We come to the sheep here in three. Again, really good looking sheep off the side. One that maybe if we're going to analyze, she doesn't have quite the muscle structure we're seeing in the one directly ahead. She's not quite as neat built through the front end of her skeleton. At the bottom side is what those two ewe lambs are. But boy, just in terms of balance and length of side, and I think next year is going to be better for her, along with a little calmer attitude. We come to the sheep here in four. And again, one in terms of balance off the side, you really like this one. She's good in her chest. She's good in her underline. She's got some extension up high. One that when we compare her and start getting over top of her, as we run back towards the rump structure of that sheep, we just don't have as much. We need to go ahead and open her up and give her another shot of muscle as we get in and view her down low. Rounding out the class, a really immature type of a sheep, one that's got some extension through the front, one that's really square up high, one that when you talk in terms of balance, maybe doesn't balance quite as well as the females directly ahead, maybe doesn't have quite that punch when we get in viewer from behind. A good group of sheep. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Placing on the Slickshorn February ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to 192, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms, 25.99. Second place to 197, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris, 25064. Third place to entry number 190, William and Elizabeth McCauley, McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 193, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. 5 to 198, William and Elizabeth McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to 194, Dale Weigard, Evansville, Illinois. 7 to 201, Dale Weigard. And eighth place to entry number 195, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln class of junior ewe lambs, first place to 177, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Alpha Omega 2541. Second place to 170, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri, with Reed 2527. Third place to 181, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Fourth place to 176, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Fifth place to 173, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Sixth to 178, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. 7 to 174, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Eighth place to 179, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 9 to 180, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 10th place to 172, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. 11 to 171, Deborah Vanderwind. 12 to 169, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. 13 to 168, Jessica Fama, Brookville, Ohio. Placing on the natural colored pair of ewe lambs, first place to Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Third, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. 4, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. 5, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 6 to 87, Jessica Fama, Brookville, Ohio. And 7 to Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. For our natural colored Lincoln show, our champion ewe went to entry 135 out of the yearling ewe class. Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri, with Reed 24-14. The reserve champion ewe was 177 out of the junior ewe lamb class. Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Alpha Omega 25-41. We're now ready for best fleece ewe.
A challenging class to evaluate through, and a lot of quality all the way through, and some of the ones we sent back. And I think you can go ahead and jumble this any way you want to in terms of your priorities. It gets difficult in this top trio for me. The one we're going to lead off with, one that is just so striking off the side, just in terms of extension up in the front end of her skeleton. She's tall-shouldered, really smooth down that top as well. One that I think the angles are right. She's just so good in the way she looks off the side. With that being said, when I put my hands on her, man, I wish there was just more sheep. I think she's in greener condition today. That would have made my life or my decision a lot easier to go ahead and lead off with her. We come to the ewe here in second, and that's what kept driving this one up. She is not as tall-shouldered, not as striking as the ewes on either side. But, boy, when you put your hands on her, that's all sheep there. Very little fleece on top. She is big about her back, comes back. She's got a wide hip. Love the rib shape in that female as well. I think she balances a notch better than both ewes on either side of her today. For me, she just doesn't have the front end assembly we're seeing in that class winner. We come to a tall-shouldered sheep here in three. Again, good about her breed type, one that runs uphill. You put your hands on her, I think she's adequate. She certainly doesn't have quite as much body as what we see in the one directly ahead. I think the biggest disadvantage for her is when you get off to the side in terms of these three, she's the one with the least amount of underline for me today. She gets just out of balance for me. I think if we could go ahead and just drop her in that rear flank, make her softer, pick her up in that chest, I think you could go ahead and run with her. We come to a ewe here in four that, again, like the footwork under this female, I like the presentation, the look of this female. As we get back and study her and just look at her, she's just a little more shallowed up, gutted up today for me. We need to go ahead and just let her open up, and boy, I think she can challenge towards the top end. Rounding out my top lineup, a really complete type of ewe, one with some curvature to her rib. She's got some back shape. She gets a notch shorter from the side compared to the ewes going ahead of her, but I think a really intriguing class. Congratulations.
Placing on the February fitted ewe lamb class for the Suffolk's first place to 205, Cassandra Knutson, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, with Knutson 25-33, Rose. Second to 209, Tom Burke, Suffolk's, and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin with Tom Burke, 2532. Third place to 215, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 4 to entry 207, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Fifth place to 214, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Sixth place to 216, Tom Burke, Suffolk, and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 7 to 213, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. Eighth place to 203, Phoebe Miner, Limster, New Hampshire. Ninth place to entry number 204, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. 10th place to 208, Olivia Peterson, Wilmar, Minnesota. 11th place to entry number 202, Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California. 12 to 206, Barry Bruce, Linden, Indiana. 13 to 212, Lloyd McCabe, Dixon, California. And 14 to 211, Lloyd McCabe. For the best fleece natural colored Lincoln in the U division, it goes to Barry Hooker with the ewe lamb from the late ewes, 0504. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Young Flock class, first to Steve Reed, Houstonian, Missouri. Second, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Third, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. And 4 to Charlene, Arlington, Iowa. Now showing flock.
Nice class of slick shears out here. And again, we're going to lead off with a combination type of a sheep. One that is really good down her top. She handles with adequate thickness coming back. She's got the fuller upper hip as well. Really round through the center part of her body. One with some attractiveness through the front end. I think just a combination sheep for me. We've got the one that's a little more exotic about the front end build. I really like her at the base of it. She's good in her shoulder and the way she attaches that neck on the top side. I think she's really well balanced type of a sheep. When you get an interviewer from behind, she's just not quite as open opened up is what we're seeing in that class winner. Maybe if we're going to be critical, she's got a notch more set off that rear hock than what we lead off with. We come to the sheep here in 3, and again, really good down her top. She handles with a really square rack, comes back. She's wide enough in her upper hip. Maybe I'd like to just change her right there, tail head, and make that fuller back there and square her, and then give her another shot of muscle as we view her down to that stifle compared to the ones going ahead. One that, again, when you talk about balance, she really gives off a good look from the side. We come to a U here in 4, and this is definitely the pounds heavy type of a sheep. One, it's just a tank. She's massive backed, really big about her center body, but with that, she's also bigger about her shoulders. She's a notch coarser through that front end assembly than what we're seeing in the ones directly ahead. Leading out with a darker colored sheep here, one that runs uphill, really has some extension as we analyze her and view her in terms of her heart girth today. For me, she's just not quite as deep, not quite as soft. We just need to go ahead and open her up through the center portion of her body to go any higher today. But a good group of sheep. Congratulations, all the exhibitors.
Placing on the Slickshorn March and later ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first place goes to 220, William and Elizabeth Macaulay Suffolks, at Glen, Pennsylvania with Macaulay 7201. Second place to 219, William and Elizabeth Macaulay Suffolks, at Glen, Pennsylvania with Macaulay 71819. Third place to 223, Logan Minter, Brook, Indiana. 4 to 222, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. And 5 to 221, Dale Weigard, Evansville, Illinois. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln flock class, first in the flock and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Natural Colored Lincoln Show is Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second in the flock to Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Third in the flock to Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. That does conclude our Lincoln show. Our judge has been Jake Reister. We do want to let folks know our next breed in this ring is Border Leicesters. So Border Leicester exhibitors, please be getting ready.
over here on the fitted ULAM drive or in class. Really tough top pair out here. I think the U we're leading off with one that's just more comfortable as we set her into motion. She is long strided, keeps her spine together, and then when you analyze her when she's stuck, boy, she is long down her top. Really long from that 13th rib on back. Handles with enough thickness out here. Really looks the part in terms of her breed. If we compare her in terms of her hip shape, is she as good as the one coming here in second? Maybe not. And that's kind of where I was struggling for just a little bit there on that decision. The U in second, again, really up-fronted type of a female. I like the style about that one. I like the bone work and design of that female. I think she balances well. Maybe at times she wants to run downhill a notch more than our class winner. I think she's got the better upper hip. We set them into motion. I'd like her just lay her spine in a notch better as we set her on the go right there in the middle. She just wants to kind of hunch up and not be quite as relaxed, but I know that's being critical. I think that's an awful nice pair out here. We come to a U here in three that again is just greener. We put our hands on her. There's just not as much sheep there. As we read her through her body cavity, I don't see quite that progression in terms of the rib shape that we see in the two directly ahead. But boy, you get off the side, that is a tall shouldered, good looking type of a sheep with enough balance. We come to the U here in four, and again, one that is so nice off the side, just in terms of her overall lines and the way she's structured. She's got some extension. She's got a good basic build. As we analyze her compared to the counterparts, she doesn't have quite the length of body. At the base of her shoulders, she's just not quite as attractive as the U's that are going off and leading the class. But again, I think this is a really solid class all the way down through. We've got a tall shoulder type of a sheep with a lot of extension coming here in five. One with a really big rib in her as well, and I appreciate her for that. Not quite as genuine coming out of the backside of her shoulder. And as we read her about her front, she's the deeper one of this top lineup, maybe the rounder one about her shoulder. But I think, again, really good class. This is why I see him today. Congratulations, all the exhibitors.
Placing on our white yearling rams for the Border Leicester show, first place to entry one, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois, with Hickory Grove 1224. Second place to entry two, Carly Malling, Cape Nedick, Maine, with Hickory Grove 1524. Placing on the fitted March and later born ewe lamb class for the Suffolk show. First place goes to entry number 233, 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, with 5-star J 2570. Second place to 230, Tom Burke, Suffolk, and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Tom Burke 2533. Third place to 235, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 4 to 234, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 5 to 236, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 229, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. 7 to entry 228, Barry Bruce, Linden, Indiana. 8 to 231, Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California. And 9 to Stephen Pash. Judging our Border Leicester show today is Tim Gadsby, along with his wife Casey and their daughter Oakley. They own and operate Greenleaf Valley. They run around 80 ewes, primarily Horn Dorsets and Merinos, in the western portion of Pennsylvania. Tim works as a fields claim manager with a crop insurance organization. Let's welcome Tim Gadsby to your Border Leicester show. Placing on the Border Leicester Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 3, Callie Oplinger. Smithville, Ohio, with T. Johnson 0226. Second place to entry 4, Rowan Week. Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6548. Placing on the fitted pair of ewe lambs for the Suffolk Show, first place to Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Third, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 4, Corinne Arnevek Hansen of Cameron, Wisconsin. 5, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. 6, Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California. Placing on the slickshorn pair of ewe lambs for the Suffolks, first to William and Elizabeth Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. And third, Dale Weigard, Evansville in Illinois.
over here for your junior champion female on the slick sheared side. 6 really nice representatives, and as we've sorted through, boy, there's just been a lot of quality all the way through in the individual classes. We get them out here, and I'm really pleased. I think. Again, we've got one that kind of comes to the top for me pretty handily. And then for reserve, maybe it does get a latch closer between a few of them. And as we analyze, I know I got my mind made up the way I'm going to go. We'll go ahead and put our hands together as we congratulate your champion reserve junior U's.
For our Suffolk show, our junior champion in the slick sheared division was 173. Out of the January ULAM class, William and Elizabeth McCauley, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6946. The reserve junior champion was 220. First in the March and later ULAM class, William and Elizabeth McCauley, Macaulay Suffolks with Macaulay 7201. Placing on the January White Border Leicester class, first to entry 5, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts with H. Barkley 2519. Second place to entry 6, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio with H. Barkley 2512. And third place to entry 7, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio.
over here on the fitted side, your junior champion, quality individuals, and as we've talked earlier, a lot of good ones back at Depends as well. That being said, we get out here and really pleased with both of these lineups. I've got my mind made up. I'm going to go out here and show you how I like your junior and reserve junior champion ewes.
For the fitted Suffolk show, our junior champion was entry 233 out of the March and later ewe lamb class, 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, with 5-star J 2570. The reserve junior champion fitted ewe was entry 205 out of the February fitted ewe lamb class, Cassandra Knudsen, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, with Knudsen 2533 Rose. Placing on the white February Ram Lamb class for the Border Lesters, first place to entry 9, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25019. Second to entry 10, Stephanie La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire, with Sweet Meadow 2525. Third to entry 11, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota.
Well, we're not going to keep you in suspense out here. I think a really good set of sheep all the way as we talked in the slicks. It's been a lot of fun to work through these and evaluate and sort to my priorities as they are in the ring today, and that's where we're at. That being said, I think there's a pair of them out here that look the part and they look similar in their type and kind. I'm going to go out here and we'll put our hands together as we congratulate your champion and reserve champion overall Suffolk ewes.
For our Slick Shorn Suffolk division, our grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe. Entry 110 out of the early class of yearling ewes, William and Elizabeth McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 6403. The reserve grand champion ewe was our junior champion ewe. Entry 173 out of the January ewe lamb class, also William and Elizabeth McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCauley 6946. Placing on the March and later born white Border Leicester show for the Rams, first place to entry 15, Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois, with Hickory Grove 1725. Second place to 16, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Weeks Overlook Manor Farm 6643.
Well, as we go ahead and get them out here, we're not going to spend a lot of time. It's pretty easy decision out here. We came out of a couple classes of yearling ewes that, man, it was just deep all the way down through, and it was so much fun to go through and sort through them. They're not going to be denied today. They're going to go ahead and be your champion reserve ewes. Congratulations.
Our grand champion fitted Suffolk ewe went to our senior champion ewe out of the early fitted yearling ewe class, Richard Jacobson, La Grande, California, with Jacobson 2417. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, 127, out of the late yearling ewe class, 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, 5-star J 2431, Sweet Cheeks. Now showing for best headed Suffolk ewe. Then we will show Slickshorn flock, followed by a fitted flock. Placing on the white Border Leicester pair ram lambs, first place to entry 18, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to entry 17, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Border Leicester exhibitors, there will be a meeting of you exhibitors 20 minutes after the conclusion of the show in aisle 41. Aisle 41 exhibitor meeting for Border Leicester exhibitors 20 minutes after the conclusion of your show. Also, reminder 3 o'clock today, Lincoln exhibitors, you'll have an exhibitor meeting in South Wing B 107 and 108. Finally, the Border Leicester Junior Association is doing a 50-50 raffle. You can win big while supporting a great cause, 50% to the winner, 50% to support the Junior Association Futurity Program. That drawing is on the December 1 at 8 p.m. They do have a scan to get your code to get your tickets. Tickets are $5 for one or $20 for five. I will post this up here on the skirting that you can scan that QR code to get your tickets. Placing on the best headed ewe for the Suffolk show went to 5-star J with that reserve champion ewe, entry 127. The Slickshorn flock results: first place in the flock and winner of the Slickshorn division best premier exhibitor was William and Elizabeth Macaulay Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second in the flock went to Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. Best champion Border Leicester White Division Ram went to entry number 5 out of the January Ram Lamb class, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts, with H. Barkley 2519. The reserve champion was second in that January Ram Lamb class, entry 6, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with H. Barkley 2512. Now ready for best headed ram, Border Leicester White Division, best headed ram. placing on the fitted flock class for the Suffolk Show. First in the flock class and also a winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Tom Burke Suffolks and Slack Farms, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second in the flock, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. And third to Stephen Pash, Grass Valley, California. And that does conclude our Suffolk Show. Our judge has been Alex Wolf of Ohio. Our best headed ram for the White Border Leicester Show goes to our class winner out of the February Ram Lamb class, entry 9, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25019. We're ready to begin our Katahdin show. We need Katahdin yearling rams into the ring, please. Judging our Katahdin show today is Aaron Crome. Aaron lives in Marshall, Illinois with his patient wife of 33 years, Marianne. There they raised two children, Thomas, who will finish a PhD in swine nutrition at Iowa State this coming May, and Megan, who is the Ferrero Rocher is with Ferrero Rocher working with convenience division of their Blue Bunny category. The family has enjoyed being involved in the sheep business for 3 generations, and they recently dipped their toes into the show pig world. Let's welcome Aaron Crome to your Katahdin show this morning. Placing on Class 1 of yearling ewes for the Border Leicesters, first place goes to entry 48, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with H. Barkley 2356. Second place to entry number 39, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 2423. Third to 47, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Fourth place to 40, Carly Malling, Cape Nettic, Maine. Fifth place to 43, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Sixth place to 45, also Rowan Week. Seventh place to Mackenzie von Klumpenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan. And eighth place to entry number 41, Mackenzie von Klumpenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan.
Good afternoon. A great way to start your Katahdin show today. We've got a buck up here that I think kind of wins for fun in my book. A buck that is extremely straight down his top, long handling, kind of a sheep that travels real well. Extended buck, a buck when you get a hold of him, he sure doesn't disappoint in terms of thickness. Great set of running gears on this buck. I think a real logical place to start. Young man brings us one, the pounds heavy one in the class here in second, carrying quite a bit of condition for me. But I think even if you peel that off, you get a hold of him. He's one of the thicker made bucks, a tick shorter bodied, less extended kind of a sheep than we have to win this class. Young man brings us here one in third. I'm not a guy that gets hung up on bone, but compared to the two bucks ahead of him, just a little finer made, especially for a buck. Really admire the center body in this one, a good level top kind of a sheep. We've just got to make more of him to compete with the two in front of him. Real long-sided, attractive buck in the painted up one in the floor hole today. A buck, we've got to fix him down his top. A buck that of the top four, the least thick of the four that we have. Buck that, again, they got to straighten his top up, but a buck you sure admire for the feet and legs, overall length of side, and extension through that front end for the buck to be in fourth today. Young man brings us the shortest handling one of the top five here today. A buck, again, really good on his feet and legs. Really like the center body and the mass this one brings. We've got to stretch him out from the last rib back to compete today.
Placing on class number 2 are our late class of yearling ewes for the white border Leicesters. First place goes to entry 34, Stephanie La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire, with Sweet Meadow 2415. Second place to entry number 37, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 24172. Third to 38, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 4 to 35, Callie Oplegger, Smithville, Ohio. 5 to 36, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. 6th place to 33, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 7th to 32, Oakley Yard. Placing on the yearling rams for the Katahdin show. First place goes to entry 2, Raylyn DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire, with BRB 107 Dolph. Second place to entry 7, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio, with RHO 23991. Third to entry 8, Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. 4 to entry 6, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 5 to entry 4, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 6 to entry 9, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. 7 to entry 1, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. And 8 to entry 3, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Placing on the white border Leicester pair yearling ewes, first place to Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Second to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 4, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 5 to Mackenzie von Klumpenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan. Placing on the white fall ewe lamb class for the Border Leicesters, first to entry 55, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week's Overlook Manor Farm 6551.
On the Katahdin side, I think we've got 3 real kind of interesting bucks to start the class with. I'm going to choose to use the one that's easily, in my opinion, of the top 3, the best balance, the squarest hipped. Really admire this one from the side when these young people get him stuck. A real good hipped, square hip kind of a sheep that's good on his feet and legs, extended through the front end. I think has more than adequate amount of capacity to him for the style of sheep that he is. A young man brings us a thick top, big centered one here. In second, he comes apart from that hip back. Need to square him up from hooks to pins in terms of levelness. You sure admire the center rib. You get a hold of him, he certainly doesn't disappoint. A tick shorter hind saddle type of sheep than the one that we have to win the class. But if you're a more production oriented and a meat and potatoes kind of guy, then you want to switch them. I won't argue that a bit, but this is my style of sheep we're going to have to win this class. Young man brings this one here in third. Awesome on the move. The sheep travels the way you sure want him to. Like to fix him right behind his shoulders a little bit to compete with the 2 in front of him. Buck that, again, a real big centered, high volume, high producing kind of sheep, but a sheep we've got to stretch him out just a touch to compete with the length of body and fix him a little bit right behind his shoulders. Young man brings us a black one here in fourth, a long-sided kind of a sheep we've just got to make him more massive for a fall buck lamb class, especially In my book, we've got 2 yearling buck classes, and this is the second one, so we've got to make more of him to compete. The buck to round out the class, but when they get him stuck, you kind of question your decisions a little bit, but you get him on the move is where he comes apart. For me, buck that's pretty piecey on the move tends to be the narrowest at the ground compared to the 4 in front of him. But that view right there, if a guy wanted to add some look and some style in him, that buck could move up quite a bit. For me, he's just not quite as complete on the move to move him up for today. Real nice class of fall buck lambs.
Placing on the January ewe lambs for the White Border Leicester Show. First to entry 60, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25007. Second place to entry 61 to Carly Malling, Cape Nettic, Maine, with J. Baird 25002. Third place to 56, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. 4 to 57, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. 5 to 58, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio.
Really nice side of Katahdin Rams for your senior champion drive. I'm not a guy to re-talk them. We talked about them in class, and I think we've got two that, to be honest with you, are closer than I thought they might be when they got in individual classes. We get them out here together. There's a lot. Like I say, it's a lot closer than I thought. There's a lot of similarities in these two sheep on this side, both stylish, attractive, good-footed, good-moving kind of sheep, long-handling sheep. Let's give these folks a nice round of applause, and we'll go out and select your champion reserve.
Our senior champion for the Katahdin Rams went to entry number 2 out of the yearling ram class, Raylyn DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire, with BRB 107, Dolph. The reserve went to entry number 10, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana. That was first in the fall ram lamb class, BMB 0767, Grand Bam. Results of that fall Ram Lamb class: first place to entry 10, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana, with BMB 0767 Grand Bam. Second place to entry 17, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio, with RHO 2400 Black Magic. Third to entry 19, Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio. Fourth place to 13, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. Fifth to 11, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. And sixth place to 18, Douglas Brewer, Woodbine, Maryland.
On the Katahdin side, we get into these spring-born bucks. I think we've got one that's super stylish, attractive kind of sheep, really balanced on the move, square on all four corners. A buck that's neck-shoulder junction is really good, ties right in the top of his blade. He wins the class from that from hooks to pins in terms of levelness over the buck here in second. The buck in second will deceive you quite a bit when you get a hold of him. He appears to be perhaps a touch short-sighted. You get a hold of him, and that is the exact opposite. One of the longer sheep that I've had a hold of today. But a buck from his hooks to his pins, he tapers off too much for me, needing to raise that tail head in him quite a bit. But a buck you sure appreciate for the center body, the balance, the way that buck travels. We've just got to fix him from that hip back to move him up today. The buck in third, a lot like the buck in second, but a buck when you get a hold of him, one of the shorter handling bucks we've got out here in the top five. But a real stylish, attractive, complete kind of a sheep. No real blatant holes except you get a hold of him. He's too short loin, too short hip for me to move up any further today. Real long, stylish, green handling kind of a buck here in fourth. Buck, we've just got to make more of him when you get a hold of him to compete with the three ahead of him today. But a buck that I think definitely in terms of length of side, he's sound and he's correct. He moves good enough on when you ask him to, young lady pulls on the halter and asks him to move, he does a fine job with that. We just got to make him quite a bit thicker to compete today. The buck down here in fourth, real expressive, muscled kind of a sheep. Just really uncoordinated for me on the move off both ends. Tends to knuckle up a little bit on those front pasterns. We fixed that about the sheep. We could move him up one, maybe two spots today. That's something that's really hard to fix going forward if you use that buck. So I think it's a highly heritable trait, and I'm kind of hard on that. So, but a good, high productive, high volume kind of sheep. Just got to fix those front feet and change him on the move to move him up today. But a really nice class of spring buck lambs.
Placings for the February class of white border Leicester ewe lambs. First place to entry number 68, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25020. Second place to entry 63, Stephanie La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire, with Sweet Meadow 2529. Third place to 70, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, 4 to 69, Jonah Fries. 5 to 67, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. Sixth place to 62, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 7 to 66, Alexis Percival, Bloomingdale, Michigan. Eighth place to 65, Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 9 to entry number 71, Alexis Percival, Bloomingdale, Michigan. Placing on the January Ram Lambs for the Katahdins, first to 32, Lauren Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 2533. Second place to entry number 26, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio, with Rhodes 2517. Third to entry number 24, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 4 to 31, Michelle Bauer, Mickleton, New Jersey. 5 to entry number 25, Raylan DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. 6 to 30, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 7 to 33, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 8 to 29, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 9 to 27, Karen Kinnegi, Hubbard, Oregon. And 10 to 22, Alicia Long, Zachary, Louisiana. placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the white Border Leicesters. First to entry 74, Kalig Opliger, Smithville, Ohio, with Fogel 1256. Second place to 72, Oakley Yard with Watauga, Illinois, with Hickory Grove 2225. Third place to 73, Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois.
int- interesting pair of bucks up here in the Katahdin Spring Buck Lamb Show. We've got kind of the tale of two cities, a buck that's a little more extended, a leveler top kind of a sheep you appreciate him on the move, appreciate the buck runs uphill naturally. I sure that's a trait that's hard to come by, and especially in these Katahdins. And one like that, I think, is a changer in one generation in a lot of respects. Would I like to make him a little wider to the ground? You bet I would. But we'll take that as a hedge today, as a spring leg, and hopefully he'll mature into some of that. A buck that's thick enough topped. The longest hip sheep I've had my hands on, and I don't know how long from those hooks back, just crazy long, real long hind saddled sheep, straight as a string down his top. He suits this guy enough to win this class rather handily. The buck here in second, a big centered sheep. You appreciate that about him, a sheep that's really nice on his feet and legs, a long enough hip kind of a sheep. Again, a sheep that if you get off to the side of him, he shortens up quite a bit compared to the buck that wins the class, but a real sound, solid kind of sheep do a lot of good going forward. Young lady brings this one here in third, a buck that's kind of runs out of balance a little bit on the stand and on the move, but a buck, again, you get a hold of him, real long-sided, real long handling sheep, a good centered sheep. We just got to straighten him up down his top to compete with the two bucks ahead of him today. Young man brings us a high production kind of a sheep here in four of the pounds heavy sheep probably in the class. Sheep that's just wildly thick down his top, a big rib kind of a sheep. He runs out of balance on the move. Need to raise that tail head quite a bit to compete with the three ahead of him today, but a real high production kind of a sheep. The buck we've got down here in fifth perhaps doesn't want to behave real well today, but bad news for him, today's the show, so that's what we've got to look at. A buck we've got to drop his spine on the move, a buck that we've got to let him stride out quite a bit freer and easier off both ends, but a buck he's extremely smooth from one end to the other. Just a buck we've got to drop that spine, make him much more comfortable on the move when he goes today.
Champion U for the White Border Leicesters goes to our class winner of the late yearling U class, entry 34, Stephanie La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire, with Sweet Meadow 24-15. The reserve champion goes to our class winner of the early yearling U class, entry 48, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with H. Barkley 23-56. Placing on the pair of U Lamb class for the White Border Leicesters, first place went to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Third place to Kaylee Opliger, Smithville, Ohio. 4 to Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. 5th to Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois. 6 to Alexis Percival, Bloomingdale, Michigan. Next class is Best Headed U. Best Headed U will be your next class. Border Leicester exhibitors. Best headed ewe goes to our reserve champion ewe, entry number 48 out of that early yearling ewe class, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with H. Barkley 2356. We're now ready for best white fleece. Our best ewe, or pardon me, the best white fleece goes to our yearling ewe in Class 2, entry number 35, Kaylee Opliger, Smithville, Ohio, with H. Barkley 2442.
Another interesting.
We're now ready for Get of Sire.
Sorry, Dave. A real interesting pair of bucks up here on this end. I think you've got some give and take, quite obviously, in them, kind of where your priorities lie. Really like the angularity of the buck we've got up here in first. I like his neck shoulder junction a tick better. Buck that's a little shorter scapula than that buck, a little neater fronted kind of a sheep. Really good on his feet and legs. Would I like to have him stride out a little better off those rear two? You bet I would, as does the buck in second. I like to fix them both there just a little bit. I think the little neater, tidier, more stylish, attractive buck we've got to start the class here in this particular drive. The buck in second, sure like the feet and legs on this one. A great big bone, kind of a sheep. And like I said earlier, I don't get hung up on that, but you sure, you can't look at this one and not point that out. Buck that's super good on his feet and legs. We've got to drop his loin quite quite a bit on the move and even on the standstill. I think you drop that loin, his tail head comes up just ever so slightly. You can run that one to the front. But a buck, we've got to fix that about him. A good long-sided, big-centered kind of a sheep. Just got to drop that one spine quite a bit on the move and even on the standstill some to move him up today. A long handling, long-sided kind of a sheep we've got here in third. A sheep that doesn't balance in terms of center body. Tends to be a little lower shouldered on the move. Not as extended through that front end, but a good balanced, attractive kind of meat and potatoes kind of buck here in third. Young man brings us one here in fourth, a big centered kind of a sheep, a real thick top kind of a sheep. Again, you get him on the move, he drops that shoulder, your breastplate falls out of him, neck shoulder junction tends to be a little low, but a buck that's really good bodied from that top line down, a really nice kind of buck to be fourth. Young man brings us down here, one we've got in fifth, a real stylish, super straight kind of a buck that straight as a string down his top, a long handling sheep. Admire the hip in this one. You get him on the move, he just doesn't balance. We've got to drop that flank, give him some center body. I realize this is a late spring buck lamb class, and perhaps that'll come. I just don't read that in him as compared to the four ahead of him today. But 5 really nice bucks to start this show.
We want to wish Evan Davis with the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, one of the guys helping us in the ring, a happy 40th birthday. Placing on the March Ram Lambs for the Katahdins. First place to entry 54, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri, with Francis 8823. Second place to 47, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 25390. Third place to 49, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 4 to 51, Ethan Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri. Fifth place to 48, Raylan DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. Sixth place to 46, Michelle Bayer, Mickleton, New Jersey. 7 to 50, Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. Eighth place to 52, Douglas Brewer, Woodbine, Maryland. Ninth place to 53, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. Placing on the Get of Sire class for the Border Leicesters in the white division. First place goes to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to Jonah Fries of New Salem, North Dakota. Third to Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. Results of the white flock for the Border Leicester show. First in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the white Border Leicester show is Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second in the flock to Jonah Fries of New Salem, North Dakota. Third to Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And fourth to Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. We are ready now to move into natural colored border Leicesters. Yearling Rams will be your first class. Placing on the Katahdin pair Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry to Vivian Julian of Manaway, Ohio. Second place to Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. Third place, Lauren Julian, Manaway, Ohio. Fourth to Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 5, Raylan DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. 6, Michelle Bear, Mickleton, New Jersey. 7, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 8, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 9 to Alicia Long, Zachary, Louisiana.
I think 6 outstanding bucks in their own right that came out of these 3 junior drive division classes. I think there's one that kind of wins for fun, and then it gets a little closer for me to depending on what your priorities are. And you know, we've talked all day long about the length at top and extension and style and balance, and I think that's where we're going to land for reserve. Let's give these folks a nice round of applause, and we'll go out and select your champion reserve juniors.
Junior champion Ram for the Katahdin show goes to entry 32 out of the January Ram Lamb class. Lauren Julian, Manaway, Ohio with B&G 2533. The reserve junior champion to entry 54 from the March and later Ram Lamb class. Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri with Francis 8823. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion Ram. Placing on the natural colored yearling rams for the Border Leicester Show, first place to entry 123, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Weeks Overlook Manor Farm 24141. And second to 124, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 24127.
Like 4 outstanding rams out here for your champion, the Katahdin Ram Drive. I think back where this breed was not very long ago. And there weren't sheep like this in this ring 5, 6, 7 years ago. I commend the breeders and the people behind them to make the positive changes they've made, and I think it reflects the numbers you've got and the number of young breeders you have, and my hat's off to you. I think we've got, again, 4 really nice bucks out here, depending on where your priorities lie in your own breeding program. Unfortunately, for some of you today, I've got the mic, and we've got one that I think wins rather easily, and then it gets a little tighter for reserve. Let's give these folks a nice round of applause, and be sure to congratulate these breeders as well.
Grand Champion Ram for the Katahdin Show is entry 32, our Junior Champion Ram, out of the January Ram Lamb class, Lauren Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 2533. The Reserve Grand Champion is entry number 2, our Senior Champion Ram, out of the Yearling Ram class, Rayland DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire, with BRB 107, Dolph. Placing on class number 25, which is the natural colored fall ram lambs for the Border Leicester Show. First place to 127, Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia, with Echo 2501, Kevin. Second place to 126, also Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia, with Echo 2510, Kenny. Placing on the natural colored border Leicester early spring Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 129, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6592. Second place to 128, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6609. Third to 130, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25012. Placing on the natural colored late spring Ram Lamb class for the Border Leicesters, first to 133, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25024. Second place to 131, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6663. Third to 132, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland.
Be the first to admit that I couldn't really find one that, and in my mind, it was an easy front runner. We've got these 3 U's up here, and quite honestly, if you want to reverse them and put the 1 and 3 on one and the 1 in first and third, we can have that discussion. For me today, the U in first, that view right there takes her to the top. All 3 of these U's have trouble when you ask them to walk. None of the 3 stride out in the perfect way, but this U, I think, balances extremely well on the standstill, easily the most extended, most elevated U in the group, straight as a string down her top. The best centered sheep that we have of the 3. I'll grant you she's pushing a little more fat than the other 2 in the top 3, but probably in proportion, no more percentage-wise than the U in second or third. She just carries it a little different. A really nice kind of a U, a bigger frame kind of a sheep. I'm not opposed to that at all when they look like that on the side view. Young man brings this one here in second, a real complete, a little more moderate type of sheep, a sheep that isn't as extended through that front end, a sheep that gets a little lower at her shoulder on the move, a sheep that of the top 3 struggles most off those rear 2. We've got to let her stride out a little further to push her up one space, but a real solid, complete kind of a sheep to be here in second. A real stylish, attractive kind of sheep here in third. With that, she's the slightest built down her top, a sheep that is not as thick as a top 2. We've got to square her up from hooks to pins from the top. Her tail set's adequate. We've just got to make her pin set wider to match her hip. A real stylish, attractive, up-headed kind of a sheep that of the top 3 is probably the slightest in bone and not as rugged at the ground, but a super attractive, stylish female to be here in third. Young lady brings us a real complete sheep here in second. Again, kind of a meat and potatoes kind of sheep. A sheep's a little boulder shouldered. A sheep that doesn't tie in quite as nice as her neck shoulder, but a sheep that's really appreciate the center cavity that she has. A long-sided, long-handling kind of a sheep. Just got to make her a little more feminine through the front third to compete with the 3 ahead of her today. A young lady brings us a sheep that a little taller shoulder, a little more my speed, quite honest with you. A straight top kind of a sheep. You get a hold of that one, she shortens up quite a bit. I sure would like to see her not urinate on herself quite like she does. I realize there's a tail there, but you don't see that in these other 4 sheep ahead of her today. But a sheep that's up-headed, appreciate that about her. Just we've got to fix a few little minor details to move her up further of the 4 ahead of her today.
Results of the natural colored Border Leicester pair ram lamb class. First place to Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. Second, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And third, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the Katahdins, first place to entry 90, Raylyn DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire, with Salmon Run 785. Second place to entry number 94, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri, with Francis 7958, Made You Look. Third to 95, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio. 4 to entry 87, Cody Aslin, Bowling Green, Missouri. 5 to entry number 97, Rayland DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. 6 to 86, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. 7 to 93, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 8th place to 88, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 9th place to 96, Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. 10 to 92, Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer. 11th place to Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 12 to 91, Ethan Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri. Grand champion ram for the natural colored border Cheviot or border Leicesters went to our first place in the fall ram lamb class. Entry number 127, Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia, with Echo 2501, Kevin. The reserve champion was the class winner of the early spring ram lamb class, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Weeks, Overlook Manor Farm, 6592. The next class will be Best Headed Ram. Best Headed Ram. Now showing natural colored border Leicester best headed ram. Following this class, we will move into our yearling ewes. Best headed ram for the natural colored border Leicesters came out of the late spring Ram Lamb class, entry 133, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25024. Now ready for early yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes. Placing on the natural colored yearling ewes for the Border Leicesters, first place to entry 149, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 2404. Second place to 150, Caitlin Malling, Cape Nedick, Maine, with Echo 2402, Indy. And third to 148, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio.
A real deep set of yearling ewes as compared to the other class, and there's some give and take in my mind. I think quite obviously from the side, especially on these top five that we left out here to talk about. A really balanced, attractive, stylish kind of sheep. I wish every sheep in the ring moved like this one did, and that ultimately added to my decision pretty heavily. A sheep that's really straight down her top, huge center body in this one. I think she's her productive days are already in the works there, and that surely doesn't cause any disadvantage to her today, but a sheep that's just hard to poke a hole in. Where she excels the ewe in second is from hooks to pins. She's a great big wide pin set in this sheep as compared to the ewe in second. Ewe in second, a straight handling, balanced kind of a sheep. We've got to fix her from her hooks to her pins, raise her tail set some, and make her a little freer on the move. But a ewe that's really stylish and attractive, give me 10 of those and you're in business. The young lady brings us one here in third, a little more conventional type sheep as compared to the two in front of her. Lacks a little balance and style. A sheep that gets a little coarser fronted as compared to the two ahead of her today, but it's real productive, high productive, high volume kind of sheep to be third. Young man brings us one here in fourth, and initially from the side view, I thought that one would be hard to beat. You get in behind this one. This is the narrowest made one of the top five. You get in behind her and on the go. She's concerningly narrow to me compared to the three ahead of her. But I think she brings so much balance, so much center rib strength at top to not have her at least in the top five. We found fourth for her today. Young man brings us down here, one here in fifth, and I would invite, if they would allow it, to invite anybody in the barn to handle this one's hind saddle. Extremely long hind saddle. This one touches you back when you get a hold of her. We straighten this one's top a little bit and raise that tail head just ever so slightly on the go. This one moves up a few spots. Awesome center body in this one. Moves extremely well. Just a massive amount of muscle and femininity in that one package. We just got to strengthen her top today to move her on up. But a really deep set of yearling ewes, in my opinion.
Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the Katahdins, first place to 76, Kingston Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois, with Merzinski S. 2420. Second place to entry 78, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with Ed Julian, 407. Third to 82, Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio, 4 to 73, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, 5 to 74, Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio, 6 to 71, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio. Seventh place to 81, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. 8 to 85, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. Ninth place to 72, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 10 to 83, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 11 to entry 79, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 12th place to 70, Ethan Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri. Placing on the late yearling ewe class for the natural colored Border Leicesters, first place to 146, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Weeks Overlook Manor Farm, 6514. Second place to entry 145, also Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm, 24129. Now ready for pair yearling ewes. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the natural colored border Leicester. First, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Second, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for Katahdins. First place to Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio. Second place, Raylan DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. Third place to Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio. 4, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 5, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. 6, Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. 7th place, Ethan Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri. 8th place, Tyler Rodman, Hartfield, Missouri. 9, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Placings on the natural colored fall ewe lamb class for the Border Leicesters. First place to entry 154, Mackenzie von Klompenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan, with Kinsey Roses 382 Annabelle. Second to 156, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6550. 3 to 155, Grace Schultz, Lebanon, Connecticut. Placing on the natural colored January ewe lamb class for the Border Leicesters. First place to 157, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio, with BB 2507. Results for the February ewe lamb class for the natural colored border Leicesters. First place to 144 Roman Yard, Watauga, Illinois, Hickory Grove 1425. Second place to 158 Mackenzie von Klompenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan, with J. Baird 25029. Third to 159 Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. 4 to 160 Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 5 to 161 Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio.
Really interesting class of fall-born Katahdin ewe lambs on this side. I'm going to choose to use the one that is the least or the most bulletproof. Sheep that's extremely good centered, the thickest one of the top five by some margin. Ewe that's elegant and extended through her front end. Ewe that's really deceiving. When you look at her, you think she might be a little short to the touch. You get a hold of her, she is not. She's the squarest, thickest pinned one we have in the top five. Real attractive, really complete kind of a sheep. The real feminine, stylish kind of sheep we have here in second. Again, she looks like she could be the longest handling sheep. You get a hold of her, she's one of the shorter ones of the top five. One that I think has a really bright future. Love that one's extension through the front end. Got to stretch her out from that last rib back to compete. The pounds heavy ewe is the ewe here in third from those hooks forward. She's the class winner for me pretty easily. We've got to raise that tail head quite a bit to compete with the two ahead of her today. A big growthy kind of ewe, a big extended kind of a sheep through the front end. Got to make her stride out a little better off those rear two, but mainly raise that tail head quite a bit to compete with the two ahead of her today. Solid black ewe here in fourth. A ewe gets a little coarser through her front. A ewe that tapers off quite a bit from hooks to pins in terms of levelness of top. A ewe that you sure admire, skinny body, real thick top kind of a sheep. Got to make her extended, a little more extended, a little more feminine through that front end to compete with the three ahead of her today. You down here in fourth is kind of a basic meat and potatoes kind of sheep that we've talked about today. A sheep that is good topped, a good balanced kind of a sheep, like her center body. We've just got to make her a little fancier, a little more to her today to compete with the four ahead of her in this particular drive.
Placing on the March and later ewe lamb class for the natural colored border Leicesters, first to 164, Roman Yard, Watauga, Illinois, with Hickory Grove 2625. Second place to entry number 165, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor 25117. And 3 to 163, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Placing on the Katahdin class of fall-born ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 112, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with Ed Julian 435. Second place to 106, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri, with TAB 115. Third place to 115, Michelle Bear, Mickleton, New Jersey. Fourth place to entry number 122, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. Fifth to 119, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana. Sixth place to 123, Braden Burbrink. Seventh place to entry number 108, Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio. Eighth place to entry number 116, Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. Ninth place to 117, Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. 10 to entry number 109, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 11 to 130, Douglas Brewer, Woodbine, Maryland. 12 to entry number 124, Melvin Hostetler, Bedford, Pennsylvania. 13 to entry number 114, Michelle Bear, Mickleton, New Jersey. 14th place to 120, Michelle Bear, Mickleton, New Jersey. And 15th place to entry 113, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri.
Another really just super set of females out here in this Katahdin drive for your senior champion ewe. I think we've got 6 that I think are pretty outstanding in their own right. None of them are perfect, and no one in this barn's seen one yet, and they all have their little glitches, but I think we've got one especially that's extremely hard to make, and commend the people behind all 6 of these, but especially this champion reserve. I think we've got 2 of them that are, like I say, hard to make, and exciting to see what the future of this breed holds if we kind of keep anchoring on these kind of females. I think an outstanding set of sheep. We'll go out and select your champion reserve senior champion.
For our Katahdins, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place in the early class of yearling ewes, entry 90, Rayland DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire, with Salmon Run 785. The reserve champion goes to our class winner of the fall ewe lamb class, entry 112, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with Ed Julian 435. Grand Champion U for the natural colored border Leicesters goes to the first place animal in the early yearling U class, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, J. Baird 2404. The reserve grand champion was the first place yearling U in the late yearling U class, 146, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, Week Overlook Manor Farm, 6514. Our best headed U goes to our champion U out of that early yearling U class, entry number 149, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 2404. Now ready for best fleece.
little bit of something for everyone out here in this Katahdin ewe lamb particular drive. I'm going to choose to use, in my mind, the most fault-free sheep, sheep that travels extremely well around the ring, good on her feet and legs, very sets them up and puts them down on all four corners. She travels a big hip kind of a sheep that might look like she's a little too far along, maybe just a little bit, no more than some of the others we've got out here working with. A sheep that's elegant through her front end. I thought a real logical, fault-free place to start. The young man brings us a real wild-colored one here, and to match that, this one's real wild-built. She's extremely long top, long handling kind of a sheep. We've got to make her a little more rugged all the way around. I know it's a spring ewe lamb class, but these things are 10, 11 months old at this point, so I'd just like to see more of her. I think that one's got a bright, bright future, a real fault-free, extended kind of a female. Just need to make more of her. The young man brings us one here in third. I'd like to have a little less of this one. She's been eating next to me at dinner time, so ewe that's pushing quite a bit of fat. You would like to drop her in her spine, some on the move. But man, in terms of feet and legs and in thickness from one end to the other, center body, she's got it in spades. With that, she's a little coarser fronted, a little less extended than the two ewes ahead, but a really solid kind of place to be in third. Young lady brings us another one here. I'd like to raise that tail end. We've talked about that a few different times today. But a good center body. I think a ewe that is much greener than she appears out here from the side anyway. Get a hold of her. She's a green handling, long handling kind of a sheep. We just got to fix her from that last rib back in terms of kind of straightening her up, and that'll help her travel off those rear two as well. The ewe lamb we've got in fifth, another kind of a wild marked one, real straight top kind of a sheep. She just needs to balance better on the go. She gets a little tighter flanked about her compared to the four ahead of her today, but a nice, attractive, stylish, extended kind of a sheep to be fifth.
Placing on the flock class for the natural colored border Leicesters, first place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Rowan Week of Chevy Chase, Maryland. Second in the flock was Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Placing on the best fleece, first place goes to Gage Sather with 2501 out of the Fall Ram Lamb class. Second place in the fleece, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Third place, Mackenzie von Klompenberg, Bloomingdale, Michigan. 4 to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. 5, Caitlin Malling, Cape Nettic, Maine. And 6, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. That does conclude our Border Leicester shows. Our judge has been Tim Gadsby, and Tim is from Pennsylvania. Give us just a few moments so we can reset the awards table, and we'll be ready to go with Shropshires. Placing on the January ULAM class for the Katahdins, first place goes to 135, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio, with Rhodes 2503. Second place to 144, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri, with Francis 8558. Third to 140, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio. 4 to 136, Rayland Rocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. 5 to 137, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. Sixth place to 142, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 7 to 141, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Eighth place to entry number 134, Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. Ninth place to entry number 146, Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio. 10 to 143, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 11th place to 147, Mercy Clark, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. 12 to 1, Mercy Clark. And 13 to entry 139, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Shropshire exhibitors, we do want to let you know that the random draw for dwarf testing is as follows. The senior Ram Lamb class, first place. The late junior Ram Lamb class, second place. The yearling U class number 2, ninth place. The senior U Lamb class, fifth place. And the early February U Lamb class, the sixth place, as well as champion and reserve champion Ram and U. Placing on the class of yearling rams for the National Shropshire Show, First place to entry number 3, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 24016, Enigma. Second place to 2, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Rudabaugh 2405. And third to entry 4, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. We do want to introduce our judge for the National Shropshire Show. It's Dan Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. He is a co-owner and operator of the family sheep operation. Dan has had the pleasure of fitting and showing and judging sheep all over the United States. He thoroughly enjoys all the people in the sheep industry and feels blessed to be a part of it with his wife and the rest of his family. Let's welcome Dan Spildy to your National Shropshire Show.
On the Katahdin side, I think it's obvious we've got some obvious differences in where we're at in terms of maturity and things of that nature, but I think I'm super comfortable using the most complete sheep in my top 5, in my opinion. A ewe, for as much power she has and as much thickness she has, she might be carrying a little extra grease, but not near as much as she looks. She's just a big, massive sheep, a sheep that travels really well, a sheep when she's not fighting the young lady, comes up and out of her shoulder the way I like them to, especially on the move. And that's quite honestly what separates 1 and 2 for me. The ewe in second, stuck on the side, looks really tall-shouldered, really extended, feminine through that front end, and I'm not saying she's not. When you get her on the move, she drops her head, chest floor comes out of her just a little bit, gets a little weaker in her top than I prefer, but I think one that has a super bright future, a real stylish, attractive kind of female to find her way to second. Young lady brings us one that's a really fault-free. I said about another one earlier in the day. Give me 10 of these and we're in business. A ewe that's just really fault-free, extremely long, extremely long handling, straight top kind of a sheep, where she gets a little coarser about the point of her shoulder compared to the ewe in front of her, but one that you sure have to admire from the overall balance this ewe has. Young man brings this one here in fourth that quite honestly matches the maturity pattern, I think, of the ewe in first, but a ewe that gets a little more uncoordinated out on the go, a ewe that gets a little coarser shouldered, not quite as extended through that front. Neck shoulder junction isn't quite as good as any of the 3 sheep ahead of us, but one that is great big centered. Admire that about her. Big top, fault-free kind of a sheep. Just need to make her a little more elegant through her front end. The ewe down here in fifth from the side, she should be possibly at the other end of this lineup. You get her on the move is where she comes apart for me. She comes pretty uncoordinated off each end, paddles quite a bit through the front, and just takes little short steps off the back. But one you sure admire for her growth. Good top kind of a sheep, extended sheep. Just got to change the way she travels today.
Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshires, first place to Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 4314. Now showing for Senior Champion and Reserve. And while he's out in the ring, we'd like to wish Drake Slutz a happy birthday today. Placing on the February ewe lambs for the Katahdin Show, first place to entry 166, Vivian Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with B&G 25246. Second place to entry 157, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri, with Francis 8726. Third place to entry 164, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. Fourth place to 160, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. Fifth to 159, Raylyn DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. Sixth to 154, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 7 to 155, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. Eighth place to 151, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 9 to entry number 161, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 10th place to 167, Dale Wygard, Evansville, Illinois. 11th place to 156, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 12th place to entry 158, Alicia Long, Zachary, Louisiana. 13 to entry 152, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 14th place to 162, Noah Gravenhoff, Worthington, Minnesota. And 15 to 150, Karen Kanegi, Hubbard, Oregon. Senior champion ram for the National Shropshire Show goes to entry number 3. First place yearling ram, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24016 Enigma. The reserve senior champion to the first place senior ram lamb, Cassidy Shakel of Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 4314.
Another strong class of Katahdin ewe lambs on this side. One we're going to start with in this late-born ewe lamb class, a real extended, fancy kind of a female. I'll grant you she's not the thickest from one end to the other. Grant you I'll place my bets on this one in terms of getting there in a year. I think at some point you've got to hedge your bet a little bit and grab a hold of one that's extreme made. She's correct. She moves well. Love that neck shoulder. She's a long-necked, extended, fin kind of female. I think that one's got a very bright future. Young lady brings us one here in second. If and when she decides to behave and again stuck on the side, she paints a beautiful picture. That one falls apart for me on the move. Tucks her hind legs underneath her a little more than I prefer, which in turn drops that tail head quite a bit, and she comes apart in the rear third of her. But the center body's awesome in that one. Extended, thick top kind of a sheep. Just got to change the way that one moves. Young man brings us a black and white painted one here in third. Either on the move, she drops that chest floor, gets a little rounder in her front end than I prefer, but a stylish, attractive kind of sheep, good top sheep to be third today. Young lady brings us the pounds heavy, thickest one in this class. This one again on the move. She's just too straight from hooks to hock. She's doesn't tend to reach very far or stretch very far back on the move. But the body on that one is tremendous. A good top sheep. Very extended kind of a sheep for the mass she's carrying. Just got to give her hock a little more set to let her push and drive a little more today. Young lady brings us one down here in fifth. Again, a stylish, attractive, again, kind of a basic Katahdin ewe, no real big faults. We've just got to straighten her top up some on the stand and on the move. And again, that one seems to tuck her legs a little further underneath her than I prefer to compete with the four ahead of her today.
Placing on the class of March and later born ewe lambs for the Katahdins. First place goes to entry 177, Michelle Bear, Mickleton, New Jersey, with PTA 137. Second place to 171, Raylyn DeRozier, Pittsfield, New Hampshire, with BRB 128. Third place to entry number 182, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. Fourth to 175, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio. Fifth place to 183, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. Sixth to 178, Michelle Bauer, Mickleton, New Jersey. Seventh place to 172, Raylyn DeRozier, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. Eighth place to 176, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 9 to 169, George Pedig, Fulton, Missouri. 10th place to 185, George Pedig. 11 to entry number 173, Gary Hampton, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 12 to entry 170, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Katahdins, first place to Lauren Julian, Manaway, Ohio. Second place to Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. Third to Raylinda Rocher, Pittsfield, New Jersey. Fourth place to Michelle Bauer, Mickleton, New Jersey. 5, Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 6 to Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer of Patton, Missouri. 7th to Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. 8th place to Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana. 9 to Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio. 10 to George Pedig. 11th place to Mercy Clark, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. 12 to Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 13 to Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana.
Junior champion Katahdin Drive certainly doesn't disappoint. I was super happy with the 5 or the 6 individuals who've got out here, and I think all but one of them all kind of look all the same. Excuse me. So that tells me you've either got the user or lever out, and we'll sort that out here in a minute. But I think we've got 6 tremendous individuals in terms of being sound. They're all good topped, and then like I said in the buck drive, this breed sure has come a long way. And I'll go out and select my champion and reserve junior champion ewes today. Let's give these folks a nice round of applause.
Junior champion ewe goes to our first place in the March and later born ewe lamb class. Entry 177, Michelle Bauer, Mickleton, New Jersey, with PTA 137. The reserve to our February class winner, entry 166, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 25246. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. placing on the Shropshire class of early junior Ram Lambs. First place to entry 14, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25056 Mayhem. Second to entry 9, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, with KJB 2511. Third place to entry 15, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. 4 to 10, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to 13, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 6 to entry 12, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. 7 to 11, Lila Street, Alexandria, Indiana. 8th place to 19, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 9th place to 16, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 10 to 18, Mandy Curtis at Attica, New York. 11 to 17, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana.
Again, I think four outstanding individuals in this particular Grand Katahdin U Drive. I think whether they're wool or their hair, they're slicked or they're fitted, these are the right kind of sheep to be shown here. Four really nice individuals. I think they came out of really strong classes. I have no poker face, so I always say that if I had a yearling ewe like that and she doesn't win, I'm probably mad. So your yearling ewe will be champion. Your reserve senior champion will be reserved today.
Grand Champion U for your Katahdin show is entry number 90. 90 came out of the early yearling U class, Raylyn DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire, with Salmon Run 785. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion from the March and later born ewe lamb class, entry 177, Michelle Bear, Mickleton, New Jersey, with PTA 137. I stand corrected. It was the two seniors. So the reserve grand champion was 112. Out of the fall ewe lamb class, our reserve senior champion, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with Ed Julian 435. Katahdin exhibitors, your next class is best forehead of lambs. Next class for the Shropshire Show is pair of Ram Lambs. Placing on the late junior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshires, first place to entry 25, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25079, call sign. Second place to 24, Skylar Birch, Beach Bluff, Tennessee, with Fritz 2516. Third to 27, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth with 22, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 5 to 23, Vivian M. Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. And 6 to entry 28, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Placing on the best four head of lambs, first place goes to Vivian Julians, Manaway, Ohio. Second place to Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. Third to Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. 4 to Michelle Bauer, Mickleton, New Jersey. 5 to Chadden Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. Sixth place to Rayland DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. 7, Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio. And eighth place to Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. Placing on the Shropshire pair of Ram Lambs, first place to Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Third, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 4, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Placing on the flock class for the Katahdin's first place to 217, Raylan DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. Second place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Vivian Julian of Manaway, Ohio. Third in the flock, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. Fourth to Britton Francis, Paris, Missouri. Fifth, Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. Sixth place, Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio. And 7, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. Our junior champion for the Shropshire Show was entry 14 out of the early junior Ram Lamb class, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25056, Mayhem. The reserve junior champion was entry number 9, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, with KJB 2511. Our grand champion went to entry number 3, our senior champion out of the yearling Ram class, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 2416, Enigma. And the reserve grand champion was our junior champion, entry 14, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, city limits 25056, Mayhem.
I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the staff up here, the guys back in the makeup ring on the Katahdin side did a phenomenal job. It's always great to hear Dave Trotter's voice announcing down here. He's a staple of the industry, and it's if you haven't thanked him, be sure to do that. So thanks again to the Katahdin people for putting their trust in me to sort their show. It's a great day, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Our judge for the Shropshire Show or for the Katahdin Show was Aaron Crome of Illinois. Judging our North Country Cheviot show today is Jacob Breister of Ramona, Oklahoma. Jake is a full-time shepherd. He and his family run a commercial hair sheep operation as well as slick shorn Dorset, Katahdin, and border Leicester sheep. The operation is run by himself, his wife Rachel, and their son Corbin and daughter Corey. Let's welcome Jacob Breister to your North Country Cheviot show this evening. After the grand champion ram for the North Country Cheviots is selected, we'll take a short break. The association would like to announce the Hall of Fame on our judges' mic, so we'll be letting them do that.
Over here on your North Country side, we're looking at the yearling rams here, and we're going to start with the ram on the far side. I think he more personifies what we're looking for when we start talking about North Country sheep. He's got a little bit of shoulder to him, and he's got that mass and muscle that we're trying to chase in terms of you get your hands up over the top of this one. He's really got a lot of mass and muscle to him as he comes back into his hip. He's the big leg sheep, and he's still got some balance and some rawness to him. Maybe you'd make his ear maybe a little bit more erect there for me if I want to get real hard on him and roam his nose just a tad bit, but he's really good in terms of down over that top, really heavy structured sheep that balances very well from the side view for me. Ram here in the 2-hole has got a little bit more elevation. I like his roaming to his nose a little bit more than the ram that we start with, but a really long top kind of a sheep. He's got some hip shape to him still, really good underline sheep as well, maybe not quite that outer rib shape that we have in the ram that wins the class. He's not quite as heavy in his muscle pattern, especially as you get in the rear third of him behind him. The ram that runs into the 3-hole here, a super extended kind of a sheep. He's not wanting to stand real good for us, but a really big top kind of a sheep. I'd like to change him a little bit off that front end in terms of getting those front wheels up a little bit more, but a sheep that fits very nicely in that 3-hole from the length of body and condition standpoint that he runs over the ram here in 4. Love this ram in 4's head. He's just really got that North Country head where that ear is up, and you like his head shape to him. Looks like a little bit of a hammer on him. A ram that's not quite as far along in his development to this point. He's probably 30, 40 days of grain on him. He'd probably run right up there in terms of the weight, but a ram that's not quite as massive down over his top or as long from his 13th rib on back, but he's really correct sheep, and he's got a beautiful head up underneath that ram. The ram that rounds us out here, he's had a few of the extra donuts in comparison to some of the rams in front of him. Got a little bit more brisket to him here today. A ram that really's got some mass to him, though. He's got a real heavy-bodied sheep. He's got some muscle to him. Really very practical kind of an animal.
For the North Country Chevy, its first place goes to entry number 2, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana, with Barkham 24036. Second to entry 1, Noah Barkley, Arbavale, West Virginia, with Noah Barkley, NCC 2417. Third to entry 5, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 4 to entry 3, and Noah Barkley, Arbavale, West Virginia. And 5 to entry 6, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Placing on the early yearling U class for the Shropshires. First place to entry 57, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24010. Second place to 59, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, with Clark 24-12. Third place to entry 56, Lila Street, Alexandria, Indiana. Fourth to 58, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fifth to 55, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Sixth place to 60, Lila Street, Alexandria, Indiana. 7 to entry 61, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 8th place to 54, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. And 9th to 62, Mandy Curtis, Attica, New York.
Over here in your North Country ring, we got one in the early class, and he's a pretty salty one in his own right. He's got some chest floor up underneath him. He's got some rib shape, and you handle him down his top. He gets big and explosive as he works back across that loin. Really nice pin set up underneath this buck, and a ram with plenty of bone underneath him and a nice head. Really a nice individual for one in the class.
Placing on the Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 7, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana, with KBF 2412.
Really nice class of ram lambs here to get in and sort here in your North Countries. Ram that's really fancy in terms of his design here to start us off. Maybe not the most extended buck, not the longest buck, but he's a really, really well tied together sheep. He balances very nicely from the side view. He lays in his blade really nicely. He comes up through that chest fore right. He's got some torn apart about his base. He's wide enough there, and he's got enough of the right things in the right spot. Really admire his dock set and the way that he handles with some thickness and some real muscle down over his top. And you get into that loin where there's a lot of pop there in comparison to the rams in 2 and 3. Ram in 2 is going to be a big rugged monster when it's all said and done, and there's some things to be said about that. Maybe a little rounder about his shoulder, but you sure have to appreciate how much forearm he has to him and the length of body that he has from flank to flank. He doesn't handle quite as well in terms of his 13th rib on back in comparison to the ram that wins the class in a proportionate kind of conversation. Ram here in the 3 hole is going to be, if he continues to go on and grow the way he's gone, he's going to get to be a big, thick, heavy sheep. I think he's a ram that maybe for today, he's a little bit narrower in his total channel in terms of his base up in comparison to the rams in 1 and 2, but a ram that's got a lot of good pieces in terms of the watch him move. He floats very well, really nice dock kind of a ram and fits there in the 3 hole for me. Another good headed ram here in 4, a ram that gets a little bit shorter in his couple, not quite as nice in terms of his 13th rib on back in comparison to the rams in front of him. Gets a little tighter about his heart girth in comparison, but certainly a nice design sheep up through the front 1/3 of his body. Ram that rounds us out, ram that's grown very well to this point, maybe not quite as fleshy and as heavy a bodied sheep as some of those in front of him, but a good set.
Results for the January Ram Lamb class for the North Country Cheviots. First place to entry 9, Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon, with Dresden 56. Second place to entry number 10, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana, with KBF 2501. Third to entry 8, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. 4 to 11, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 5 to entry 12, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana.
down here on the North Country side. We're going to start with the ram that's got just a little bit more power to him all the way through. Really correct on those feet and legs when he gets out and travels. Really big top sheep. He's got some mass and some muscle to him, but really the neat thing about him is you get your hands down over that top from that 13th rib on back. He really expands himself, and he's super long and well proportioned kind of a sheep when we start talking about North Countries. Big frame buck here in the 2-hole, and he's going to be an absolute monster. Has a little bit more trouble on those rear pasterns today in comparison to the ram that wins the class. Really flashy fronted kind of a sheep, and you like how tight they've got him on top. He's level and flat back over his top there. A ram that's in the 3-hole has a little bit more control issue in terms of his movement. He doesn't quite get as clean in his set of his foot where he sets those feet. A ram that's very well tied into the top of his neck and shoulder junction there. Ram that gets a little bit narrower as he comes back over his top. Not quite as much power as the rams in front.
Placing on the late yearling U class for the Shropshires. First place to entry 53, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, with Clark 2464. Second place to 43, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 24087. Third to 49, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry 40, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Fifth place to 44, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Sixth to 47, Ashley Fuss, Kmar, Maryland. Seventh place to 39, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 46, London Andrews, Plymouth, Indiana. 9 to 42, Ashley Fuss, Kmar, Maryland. 10 to 41, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. For the February Ram Lambs on the border the North Country Cheviots, first place goes to entry 13, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana, with KBF 2508. Second place to 15, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. Third to entry 14, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. For the Shropshires, placing on the pair of yearling U class, first place to 65, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third place, Lila Street, Alexandria, Indiana. 4, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
some interesting differences to talk about. A ram that's maybe a little bit older than a couple of the others in the class, but a gorgeous head on this ram. You really like him in terms of his shape there, that he's got some ear shape to him and some thickness to him. Really balances very nicely from the side view and comes up through the front 1/3 of his body there with some elevation up under his chest floor. He's still supple through the center portion of his body, and yet he's really good in terms of his 13th rib on back. Is he as thick as the next two rams in terms of total mass? Probably not, but I think he outhandles in terms of length. I like his front end design. I like his head well enough. He's going to get into that number 1 hole. Ram here in the 2 hole for me gets a little bit shorter. I'd like to change him just a tad bit up through that blade junction right there as he comes into his spine and his forerib all together. But in terms of the way that he comes together back over his top, he's really good proportion from the 13th rib on back as well. Another good, clean, moving kind of a ram. A ram that's got a ton of muscle, and you love his mass and his bone work that he's got. A pretty solid head up underneath him here in the 3 hole. He gets a little bit of aura open about his shoulder there, not quite as clean in terms of the way that he comes together in his top, but there's a lot of him, and there's a lot of mass to him in his center portion of his body as well. There's kind of some neat things about him. A ram here in the 4 hole, a ram that doesn't quite put himself together or hold himself down his top quite as nicely, doesn't kind of get those feet going the same direction as maybe what some of the couple of them in front of him. Here in lambs in 5 and 6, we got a little bit younger lambs that we really like the heads on. You like their design up the front 1/3 of the body. That's not enough mass and not enough length of body to compete with some of the rams in front of them. The ram that runs us out there at 6, we'd like to maybe just change him in terms of the color off his back legs.
Placing on the North Country Cheviot Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to 22, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan, with Barkham 2548. Second to 23, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana, with Clay Hill Ranch 25068. Third place to 20, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana, with fourth place to 18, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Fifth to 21, Noah Barkley, Arbavale, West Virginia. 6 to 19, Noah Barkley, Arbavale, West Virginia. Placing on the Senior U Lamb class for the Shropshires, first place to entry 70, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24,105. Second to 67, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 4319 SB. Third to 74, Callan Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. 4 to 75, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 5 to 71, Brendan Pym, Bergen, New York. 6 to 73, Mercy Clark, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And 7 to 72, Mercy Clark, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the North Country Cheviots, first to 27, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana. Second to Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. Third, Noah Barkley, Arbavale, West Virginia. And 4 to Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. I didn't see it in the, oh, best headed ram, okay. Good enough. Thanks, Joe. Senior champion U goes to the class winner of the late yearling U class, entry 53, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, with Clark 2464. The reserve senior champion to entry 57, the class winner of the early yearling U class, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24010. Grand Champion Ram for the North Country Cheviots goes to entry number 2, first place in the yearling Ram class, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana, with Barkham 24036. The reserve Grand Champion to entry 9, first in the January Ram Lamb class, Dresden Frischwaller, Silverton, Oregon, with Dresden 56. We're now going to do Best Headed Ram. Best Headed Ram for the North Country Cheviots. Best Headed Ram for your North Country Cheviot show went to entry number 21 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, Noah Barkley, Arbavale, West Virginia, with Barkley NCC 2515.
At this time, we'd like
Dr. Thomas Barkham and Dee Sampson to come forward. At this time, we'd like Dr. Thomas Barkham and Dee Sampson to come forward.
His wife is. She said she's right over there. What he's saying, we'll have you grab the awards behind the table and you can hand it to him actually. So. Yeah. All right. I can start here. It is my honor to introduce everyone to Dr. Thomas Barkham. Tom has long been a premier breeder of the North Country Cheviot breed. When starting his flock, he traveled as far as Prince Edward Island in Canada for the first sale of North Country Cheviot English imports. And he bought a few other Canadian sheep along this trip, as well as some other sheep from the upper Midwest that started his flock. He credits Lloyd Skinner in Canada as being a major influence on him. With bloodlines running from coast to coast, Thomas Barkham and his family experienced success not only in the show ring, but also with commercial breeders, including multiple national champions and more than 36 first-place cups. I have personally known Tom for decades, and I remember my first time purchasing a ram from him when I was about this tall. So Tom has always been passionate about raising high-quality livestock. He's always been an advocate for youth and young breeders and is always there to lend a hand to anyone. Today, it is with great pleasure that we induct Dr. Thomas Barkham into the American North Country Cheviot Sheep Hall of Fame. Thank you for your dedication and service to the breed.
And I get the honor of introducing everyone to Mrs. Dee Sampson. Dee started the Sampson North Country Cheviot flock in around the 90s in Sonoma County, California, later moving to Oregon's high desert in 2003. The foundational genetics from these genetics are Joan Roberts, Don Kessie, and Herbert Poole. Dee, alongside her daughter and later grandson Emmett, continued to build on this flock by adding rams from the Midwest and East Coast. Keeping in line with the North Country breed, Dee has managed her flock on a pasture-based system, focusing on structure, maternal drive, and climate adaptability. This has resulted in Dee's flocks being recognized on the highest levels in the national shows and being in high demand by commercial and purebred operations alike. Over the last several years, Dee has served in different board positions for the American North Country Breed Association, and she's mentored countless junior members, ensuring a bright and lasting future for the breed. With 2025 marking Dee's retirement from breeding North Country sheep, it is an honor to induct her into the American North Country Cheviot Hall of Fame. Dee, thank you for your dedication and service to the North Country breed.
Placing on the early January class of Shropshire ewe lambs, first place to entry 92, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma, with Land Run 823. Second to 97, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 25023. Third to 98, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4 to 100, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. 5 to 99, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Sixth place to 94, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 7 to 93, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Eighth place to 101, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Ninth place to 90, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 10 to 96, Mercy Clark, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. 11 to 95, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. 12 to 89, Mercy Clark, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
So we're going to call this class fruit salad. There's a lot of them in here. There are some differences in type and kind, things I'd like to change about every one of these, and there are top 5 as we talk about. I think as we sort through these sheep and think about what they do in terms of for us, and when we put them out there on the side view, what is the fewest of the faults. And I will greatly admit to you right off the bat that the ewe that I used to win the class, I'd like to change her hock shape to her. But she's up on her pasture and she's got some elevation to her. Super huge volume ewe. She's a little bit farther along in terms of gestation than some of the ewes behind her, but a ewe that's got a lot of mass to her. She's wide at her base and she stands up underneath herself. Big bodied, big hipped kind of a sheep. She fits in that first hole very nicely. The ewe here in 2 is the stylish, eye-appealing ewe, and I really love that about her. And you look at her from a balance standpoint, and you come back off her, a ewe that you like her in terms of the way that she lays in the blade into her forerib, and additionally into the top of her back as she gets real square and big and high volume kind of a sheep there. I like her in terms of when we stop and talk about that maternal characteristics and look. She's feminine, yet she's got that center portion of her body still supple. I think she fits very nicely in the 2. The ewe that's very big outlining here in the 3 hole, a little bit more raw in her total makeup, maybe not quite as clean in terms of her design up through the front 1/3 of her body. You'd like to open her up in terms of how that blade sets in there just a little bit and set that neck higher and tighter as we look at her in terms of that junction. But as we study her down over her top, she's the ewe that's got a lot of mass to her. She's got a lot of volume there. A ewe that's maybe just a little bit shorter hipped and shorter handled than my ewes in 1 and 2. You here in the 4 hole, really beautiful profiling sheep from the side view as she's elevated up her chest floor. She's not sloppy. She's not unclean. She's really fit and designed. A ewe that we like in terms of her femininity up there in front. Maybe in terms of off those back wheels, we just like to get her up a little bit more in comparison to the ewes in the first 3 hole. Ewe here in the 5 hole as well. Maybe we'd like to change her off them rear wheels just a little bit more. Really big skulled kind of a sheep as well. Not the volume and outer rib shape and cage to her that we have in some of the ewes in front of them.
Placing on the North Country Cheviot Yearling U class, first place to entry number 40, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana, with Clay Hill Ranch 22151. Second place to entry number 31, Dresden Frischweiler, Silverton, Oregon, with SS 2439. Third place to 37, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana. Fourth place to 36, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. 5 to 35, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana. Sixth place to 38, Brock Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 7 to 34, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. Eighth place to entry 32, Noah Barkley, Arborville, West Virginia. 9 to 33, Noah Barkley, Arborville, Vale, West Virginia. And 10 to entry 39, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Placing on the late class of January ewe lambs for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry number 85, Skylar Birch, Beach Bluff, Tennessee, with Fritz 2508. Second place to 83, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 25059. Third to 79, Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri. 4 to 80, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 5 to 82, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Sixth place to entry number 86, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Seventh place to 78, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Eighth place to entry number 81, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 9 to entry 88, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 10th place to 87, Ashley Fuss, Kmar, Maryland. And 11 to 84, Tinley Corey, Morristown, Indiana. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the North Country Cheviots, first place to Caleb and Kyle Kramer of Greensburg, Indiana. Second to Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Third, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. And 4 to 41, Noah Barkley, Arbovale, West Virginia.
Here in your early rounds, ewe lambs here, we've only got one individual, and she certainly can handle some competition. A big volume, kind of a sheep with plenty of extension to her. Real nice head on her as well. Good down over her top. A really nice individual to start us off in the early class.
Placing on the North Country Cheviot Fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry 44, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana, Clay Hill Ranch, 25107.
I'm going to start with probably in terms of the shadow she casts, the smallest ewe in the class, but in terms of her quality of her build, I think this is probably the sheep we need to talk about the quickest. A ewe with a really neat head on her, a ewe that when she stands up there and straightens out and gets into the flow of movement, this is a really neat one, and she handles really good from the 13th rib on back. Really just a neat one to look at, handle both ways, balances out really well. You here in 3 may be just in that stage where or you here in 2 might be in that stage where as she grows, she doesn't quite set those feet quite up on those pastures quite as nicely when she's on the move. The ewe doesn't portion quite as nicely as the ewe here in the 2 hole, maybe a little bit. If we got picky about it, we'd round her up a little bit about that nose and shorten that ear up a little bit, but a ewe that's going to be an absolute horse, I think, in terms of next year. Big, long top kind of a sheep. Lots of volume in that one. That's lots of good about her. You here in 3, she's just a little bit higher volume maybe than the 2U. I don't think she handles her hock and hind leg quite as nicely, not as much length from her hooks back into her pins, not quite as widely designed. And when you get behind her, she just gets a little bit narrower about her base. We run into ewes here in 4 and 5, very similar in their design. Beautiful fronted sheep with a nice ear set on them. We'd like to give them a little bit more volume. Ewe in 5, we'd just like to give her a little bit better pasturing.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the North Country Cheviots, first place goes to 47, Dresden Freshweller. Silverton, Oregon with Dresden 55, Spicy. Second to 48, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana with Clay Hill Ranch 25004. Third to 49, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Fourth place to 45, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. And fifth to entry 46, also Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. Placing on the February early class in the Shropshire Ring. First place to entry number 122, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25068. Second to 118, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma, with land run 2509. Third place to entry 124, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 4 to 123, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 5 to 125, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 117, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to 119, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. 8 to 120, Elijah Berkheimer, Ohio. And 9 to entry number 115, Camden Corey, Morristown, Indiana.
Two ewes that feature very similar in their design, yet a little bit different here in terms of volume. I think in the ewe that's maybe not as big at maturity here in the one hole, but I think she's really good out of her top. Really like her advantage in terms of her hip and her outer shape and turn to her rib comparison to the ewe here in the two hole. Ewe and two is extremely extended up through that front 1/3. Another really good headed ewe, really good down over her top. You like the way that she lays in from her hooks into her loin junction there, and she stands up on those toes on all four corners as well. I think they make a nice pair in that 1 and 2 hole. You just said a little bit straighter off her front end here in the 3 hole. We'd maybe like to open her up about her chest floor just a little bit more, give her some more dimension, give her some more outer turn to that rib. She tends to get a little bit tight up underneath, but still she's more correct in her makeup than the ewes here in 4 and 5. Ewes here in 4 and 5, ewes that are very rugged in their makeup, we'd like to change them in terms of their shoulder angle, lay that blade back together as she comes into their spine, maybe square them up as we come off those corners on the feet and legs and take a little color off them.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the North Country Cheviots, first place to entry number 52, Dresden Freshweller, Silverton, Oregon, with SS 2501. Second place to 54, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan, with Barkham 2510. Third to 53, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. 4 to 51, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana. And 5 to 50, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana. Placing on the late February ULAM class for the National Shropshire Show. First place goes to 103, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with KJ Buckland 2556. Second place with to enter entry number 104, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma, with Land Run 833. Third place to 108, Noah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 4 to 110, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to 105, Skylar Birch, Beach Bluff, Tennessee. 6 to 113, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 7 to 112, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 8th place to 111, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. And 9 to 114, Tinley Corey, Morristown, Indiana.
Your late the ewe lambs here, the spring lambs here. We're going to start with the lamb that's got a little bit more ruggedness to her. She's just a little stouter up through her shoulder, up through the chest floor there. Ewe that's maybe got a tick more shoulder than the ewe that stands in second, but she's got enough rib shape and center portion to her. Yet I think she's still young enough in her head shape and in her body that I think that she fits in nicely into that first hole for us. When she relaxes, she really stands up and looks really good down over her top. Ewe that's most like her in type and kind is the ewe here in two. She's maybe not quite as long-bodied as the ewes on either side of her. She's quite a bit younger in terms of days on feed, no doubt, but a ewe that's got a lot of balance and straightness and levelness and a beautiful head to go with it. I think she fits nicely there in the two hole for me. Then we get into some kind of apples and oranges situations. We're going to go with the volume of this ewe here in three. She maybe doesn't handle that hock and hind leg. I'd like to take that brown off her a little bit. But in terms of her total volume and center portion of her body, she's that much more dimension than the next two ewes in line. Ewe lamb here that comes in the four hole, pretty exotic as you look at her from the side view. She doesn't quite balance up as nicely as you look at her chest floor. Gets a little deeper about her blade in comparison to the ewes in front of her. The ewe that comes up in that rear flank just a little bit, but appreciate her levelness back over her top and those really sharp ears. Ewe that rounds us into the top five here, a ewe that gets a little bit frailer for me. She's just not as much dimension as you look up further at breastbone there. Not quite as open about her forerib and consequently not as much muscle as you get down over her top, but a good structured kind of a sheep to fit in the five hole.
Placing on the spring ewe lamb class for the North Country Cheviots. First place to entry number 57, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana, with KBF 2516. Second place to 60, Noah Barkley, Arbrovale, West Virginia, with Barkley NCC 2506. 3 to entry 62, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Fourth place to 61, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. 5 to 59, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana. Sixth place to 63, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 7 to 58, Noah Barkley, Arbravale, West Virginia. Placing on the March of ewe lambs for the National Shropshire Show, first to 130, Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25090. Second place to 126, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Longenecker 2517. Third to 129, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to 128, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. 5 to 127, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Sixth place to 131, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Placing on the North Country Cheviot pair of ewe lambs, first to Dresden Freshweller, Silverton, Oregon. Second, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. Third, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 4, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana. And fifth, Noah Barkley, Arbavale, West Virginia. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the National Shropshire Show, first place to Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Second, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Third, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 4, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 5, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Sixth place, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Seventh place to Mercy Clark, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And eighth place, for the North Country Cheviot Show, Our grand champion U goes to entry number 52, the first place in the February ULAM class, Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon, with SS2501. The reserve champion went to entry 40, the first in the yearling U class, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana, with Clay Hill Ranch 221501. For the North Country Chevy, at your next class will be Best Headed U. That'll then be followed by Young Flock and then Flock. Best Headed U is next. Junior champion U goes to entry 92 from the early January U Lamb class, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma, with land run 823. The reserve junior champion was 130. First in the March and later U Lamb class, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25090. Grand Champion U for your National Shropshire Show is entry number 53, which was our senior champion U out of the late yearling U class. Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, with Clark 2464. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion U, entry 57 out of the early yearling U class. Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24010. Your next class will be group of 3 lambs. Placing on the young flock class for the North Country Cheviots. First to entry 80, Dresden Freshweller, Silverton, Oregon. Second to Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. Third, Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana. 4, Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 5, Noah Barkley, Arbavale, West Virginia. Placing on the flock class for the North Country Chevy, first place goes to Brett and Heather Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Second, and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award, is Caleb and Kyle Kramer, Greensburg, Indiana. Third place to 74, Thomas Barkham, Dryden, Michigan. And fourth place, Noah Barkley, Arbavale, West Virginia. That does conclude our North Country Cheviot show. Our judge has been Jacob Reister of Oklahoma. For the National Shropshire Show, placing on the group of 3 lambs, first place to Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Third, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 4, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
A really nice pair to start your Cotswold show over here. I think we have 2 really nice yearling bucks. The one we're going to lead off with, just a massive type of a sheep. One with such a big top in him, really big about the middle portion of his body, really round in his rib. big rump structure on that buck. I think one that's sounder at the ground as we set him into motion. As you analyze him in his fleece, I think he's uniform enough. Coming back into that bridge, he maybe has the advantage there as well. A greener type of buck here in second. Love the extension up through the front end of this buck. Love how level he is and his balance from the side. With that being said, maybe I would like to take that black spot off of him as we work back into that bridge. Just a little more matting back there compared to our class winner, but I think two really nice bucks.
Judging our National Cotswold show today is Alex Wolf from Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock, where they raise natural colored and club lambs. He's a fifth generation shepherd. He and his wife Melissa have 3 children that are all heavily involved in their operation. Let's welcome Alex Wolf to your Cotswold show. Placing on the National Shropshire Flock class, first in the flock and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits Sheep Farm. Second place in the flock, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third in the flock, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And fourth, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. That does conclude our National Shropshire show. Our judge has been Mr. Dan Spildy of Wisconsin.
A nice pair of rams out here on the Cotswold side. One that we're going to lead off with a really extended type of a sheep, one that's really good down his top, handles with adequate length from that 13th rib on back. I think he's just got the advantage in overall top shape and center body. You get into the fleece, and again, a uniform enough fleece on that guy. We come to a buck here in second. Really like him off the side, just in terms of balance and proportions, really long-sided as well. One that maybe has a little more set to his hock than I prefer. When we get into his fleece, I think that's where the advantage goes to the class winner. One that just doesn't want to open up quite as well. A little more matting, a little more cross-fibering, but the 2 really nice bucks.
Placing on the white yearling ram class for the National Cotswold Show, first place to entry 2. Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana, was first with Meyer 2458. Second was entry 1, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2489. Placing on the senior ram lamb class, first to entry number 4, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2511. Second to entry 3, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana, with Meyer 2522.
I think a really nice pair of rams to lead off with out here, and they sort themselves apart. You get on top of this buck that we're leading off with, one that's just so big about his top, comes back to a really wide loin, super long about that loin as well, really long hind saddle type of a sheep. I think he's sturdier to ground. You get into his fleece, and again, I think it's a really uniform fleece. Maybe I don't prefer the curl on that one quite as well as some of the others in the class, and that's kind of my decision out here. But boy, I think you get in front of him, good breed type, really sound type of a sheep. You have a buck that really runs uphill coming here in two, one that I like a great deal just in terms of extension through the front end, basic build, and the way he just runs uphill. You get into the fleece, and certainly, again, a nice enough and adequate fleece. I think the difference between the two is just putting my hands on him. The buck that we're going to lead off with is the one with just more basic sheep there. We have another long-sided sheep coming here in three. Again, the tall shoulder type, one that's maybe a notch rounder about his hip. You get over top of him, and we're losing out in terms of meat and muscularity compared to the two go ahead. Rounding out the class, beautiful fleece on this sheep. One that we just got to make sounder about his feet today to be able to go any higher, but a great group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the white junior Ram Lamb class for the National Cotswold Show. First to entry 10, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio with Four Season Farm 2501. Second to entry 8, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois with Meyer 2551. Third to entry 7, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. And 4 to Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the pair of white Ram Lambs for the Cotswolds, first place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
As we get out here for your champion ram, we're not going to spend a lot of time. It's been a really good male show so far. That being said, I think we had a tough decision to make in a particular class where I thought both of these bucks were ultra good. We're going to go ahead and we're going to use these late buck lambs for your champion reserve today. Congratulations.
Champion Ram for your Cotswold Show in the white division is entry number 10. First in the junior Ram Lamb class, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio with Four Season Farm 2501. The reserve champion is second in that junior Ram Lamb class, entry 8, Kinsey Meyer at Aaronsville, Illinois with Meyer 2551.
I think an awfully competitive top pair up here, and if you wanted to argue your stance and flip them, I wouldn't argue a whole lot. I think both these ewes offer a lot of good. The one we're going to go ahead and lead off with, when you get back on this three-quarter view, she just is the one that paints that picture. She's good in terms of her underline. She's extended enough. Boy, you put your hands on her. She has got a big top, big rib in this female, one with a huge upper hip. You really like her when you get off the side. She's got the feature and added bone work as well, and then you get into the fleece, and I think she's got a beautiful fleece on her. We come to a longer outline, larger outline ewe here in second. She runs uphill. Love the barrel in this female. Like how big top she is. One that's maybe not quite as stout at the ground, but boy, I think that's been critical. She's a notch longer. Again, she's got a very nice fleece. I think that's an awful good pair. We come to the ewe here in three. Really follows in type and kind. Extended type of a female. One with a big top, really big rib cage in it. One, when you analyze her in terms of her breed type, she does have a little more brown than I care to see out here. I think it's plenty acceptable. When we analyze her compared to these two, she's just not as good right there at the base of her chest compared to those two. More immature type of a sheep here in four. One you really like when you get off this side. In terms of balance and just her overall outline, she's got some extension. Great down her top. Handles with adequate thickness. Now, when you compare her to the ones going ahead, she just gets outmassed. There's just not as much of her when you get in over top of her and behind her. We need to go ahead and open her up if we're going to run her up. But again, a very nice fleece on that female. We come to a big body type of ewe here in five. One that, again, you appreciate just in terms of her top shape and her rib. One that maybe wants to come out a little forward on her neck for me today out here. And again, we're being critical. I think it's an awful good set of females. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Placing on the class of yearling ewes for the White Cotswold National Show, first place to entry 22, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 24-22. Second place to entry 18, also Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 24-51. Third place to 19, Anala Massey, Aaronsville, Illinois. Fourth place to Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. Fifth place to 17, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. Sixth place to 15, Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Seventh place to 20, Leah Lambert, Whitney, Nebraska. Eighth place to 21, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
just a pair 'em out here, but an awful nice ewe to lead off with. One that runs uphill, really extended type of a female. Love the balance from the side. One that's really good down her top. And then you get into the fleece. Really a pretty fleece on that one as well. I think just a really nice kind of a class winner. We come to a more moderate ewe here in second. One long-sided, really big about a rib and back shape as well. One that just doesn't have that added extension we're seeing in that class winner, but two really nice ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 26, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 25-27. Second place to entry 25, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 25-16. Now ready for white junior ewe lambs.
A really nice class of Cotswold ewe lambs all the way down through here. And that being said, I think it comes down to a couple of them in my estimate. Off with one it again. When you get off to the side, I love the angulation up through the front end. She is extended. One that balances really well in terms of her underline. Then you get over top of her, and she is big top, really round bodied. Prefer her in her upper hip as well. I think you get into a fleece, and certainly a nice enough fleece on this female. We come to the ewe here in two, really striking in terms of her front end assembly. And as you get off to the side of her, she's good in her underline, good about her feature and legs. One that when we get into the fleece, I think she's good enough. I think we lose out a little bit when we get back into the britch. I think the biggest thing is just when you analyze these two ewes, just in top shape and rib shape, she just doesn't have quite that mass. I don't read that at the ground as well. We come to the sheep here in three, and if you wanted to argue this one could go up a spot just to follow, maybe that's so, but I don't think she balances quite as nice as the ewe directly ahead of her. Really, really pretty fleece on that female. She is big top. She's good down that top as well. We just need to change how she's constructed compared to the one coming right ahead of her. We come to the ewe here in four, and a really large outline type of a female, one you appreciate for that rib dimension and back dimension as well. One that when we analyze her, she shortens up in terms of her hind saddle for me today. Maybe wants to run downhill ever so slightly, but again, a nice enough fleece on that one. Rounding out the lineup, the most immature ewe lamb out here by far, one that you really appreciate just in terms of her silhouette off the side. You get into the fleece, and a gorgeous fleece on that female. We just need more of her today to go ahead and try to challenge towards the top. Good group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of white junior ewe lambs for the Cotswolds, first place goes to entry number 29, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2558. Second to 33, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio, with Four Season Farm 2502. Third to 31, Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana, with Meyer 2563. 4 to entry 32, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Fifth place to 27, Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Sixth place to 34, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. And 7 to 28, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. And 8 to entry 30, Leah Lambert, Whitney, Nebraska. Placing on the white pair of ewe lambs, first place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place, Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana.
Well, congratulations to the Cotswold exhibitors. I know the numbers haven't been great out here, but boy, it sure is high quality all the way through, and the ewe lambs that are back at the pen and yearling ewes as well. That being said, really pleased with both these lineups. Thanks for having me out here to sort through them. I think it's a great set of sheep. I'm going to go out here and show you the way I like them. Congratulations.
Grand Champion ewe for the National Cotswold Show in the white division goes to entry 22. The first place yearling ewe, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 24-22. The reserve Grand Champion, the first place animal out of the senior ewe lamb class, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 25-27. Now ready to show best white fleece. We'll do best white fleece, then young flock, and then flock. Next class is young flock. Young flock is your next class. Best white fleece goes to Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana, with Meyer 25-63. Young flock placing first to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the white flock goes to first place Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. And the premier exhibitor for the white portion of our Cotswold show is Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now showing Cotswold natural colored junior ram lambs. You okay, Joe? You want help?
A nice trio of natural colored Cotswolds. That being said, I think we have a buck that kind of leads off this deal pretty handily. One that you talk just in terms of muscularity and roundness of body. Boy, he is big topped. One with so much rib. He runs uphill. I think he's got an adequate fleece on him. I don't think it's a super nice fleece, but I think it's certainly adequate. If we were to change this buck, man, I'd like to change him about his front end, but I think out here, he's the tall-shouldered, good-looking one that we're going to lean towards. We come to the sheep here in 2, and he gets the nod over the 1 and 3 just in terms of athleticism. When we set these into motion, man, he can really motor around a ring. One that's good enough about his top. He does want to roll off on both ends of his skeleton out here. You get into the fleece, and I really appreciate the staple length. It shows me maybe just a notch drier than I prefer. I'd like to see a little more luster, but again, I think we're being critical. Rounding out the fleece, boy, I like the front end extension of this sheep. I think he's good in his underline, one that really gives off a wild look in terms of balance. You get into that fleece, I think he shows me just a notch more luster than what our ram going second does. One that when we set him into motion, he just doesn't want to handle his rear wheels quite as well as what we see ahead of him, and that draws him down here into the 3 hole. But I think 3 really nice rams. Congratulations.
In our natural colored junior ram lamb class for the National Cotswold Show, first place and champion ram to entry 59, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2538. Second place and reserve champion ram, Leah Lambert, Whitney, Nebraska, with USU 2857. And third place to entry 58, USU Baston Agriculture Center, Torrington, Wyoming, with USU 2629. Now ready for natural colored senior ewe lambs.
A single entry out here, but one to kind of get fired up about. This is an awful nice ewe lamb. Boy, she is really square from the ground up, really big about her top, really long from that 13th on back. Beautiful fleece on this female, and then you get off the side, and boy, she balances up and proportions up really good. I think that's an awful nice kind of a female.
Placing on the natural colored senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 60, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 25-12. We're now showing junior ewe lambs.
A pair of junior ewe lambs out here, and both of them really nice kind of ewe lambs. They've got some stretch through the front end of their skeleton. The one we're going to go ahead and lead off with, I think, shows me more in terms of length of body. She's the square one up high as we analyze her. She's a notch better in terms of her balance from the side, has a notch more bone as well. As we start talking fleece, I prefer the fleece in here in second. One that's really good down her top as well. One that doesn't have quite that up and out we're seeing in the class winner. Doesn't have quite that length of body and bone work. But boy, in terms of fleece, I think she's got a high luster value. That's a nice kind of ewe as well. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Cotswold Junior ewe lamb class, first place to 61, Eva Anderson, West Carlton, New York, with Short Hill Farm 2523 Elevate. Second place to Eva Anderson on entry 62, West Carlton, New York, with Short Hill Farm 2515 Ebony. Now showing pair of ewe lambs. And first place in the pair of ewe lambs to Eva Anderson, West Carlton, New York.
As we get out here for your champion overall ewe, I think two really nice ewes. And again, maybe it hasn't been a very big show, but I think both these class winners are really high quality. That being said, I think between the pair, I think there's one that just goes off and hits me really hard. Like we said in class, she sure gets me fired up. I think that's an awful elite ewe out of the fall ewe lamb class. We're going to go ahead and make her your champion today and follow with the junior for reserve. Congratulations.
Champion ewe goes to entry number 60, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 25-12. The reserve champion coming out of the junior ewe lamb class, entry 61, Short Hill Farm 25-23 Elevate, shown by Eva Anderson, West Carlton, New York. Now ready for natural colored best fleece. And our best fleeced in the natural colored Cotswold goes to our champion ewe, entry 60, out of the senior ewe lamb class, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2512. That does, and our premier exhibitor goes to Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. That does conclude our Cotswold show. Our judge has been Mr. Alex Wolf of Ohio.